Welcome back to the 2021 Bathurst 12 Hours, hosted by Parabellum Racing and Parabellum Esports and presented by Art of Racing TV. We are back here through the end of the race. Now I am joined in the booth by Logan Gray at Formidable LG on Twitter. How you doing, Logan?
I'm doing good. How about you, Zach? I haven't caught up with the race until the past 30 minutes, but looks like things are going pretty well for Parabellum Racing right now.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been an incredible race, and if you weren't there at the beginning, and for anybody else who wasn't watching, this Parabellum Racing Black car started the race, Jesus, 8 hours ago now in P51, and they are now currently running in P3. That is a 48 position gain in 8 hours. It is absolutely astonishing, and again, through a lot of on track action, a lot of proper battles and passes, and we really have not seen um, the chaos or the casualty rate that I really would have expected from a track like this.
Yeah, I mean, Bathurst is absolutely notorious for just its real life counterpart in terms of the in real life Bathurst 12 hours, just how chaotic that can be. Seeing cars doing a bit of pinball off the walls because it's just such a tight and narrow track, and there's basically no room for error. But very clean and very consistent here, and that's really what wins these races.
Yeah, absolutely, and you hit the nail on the head there. It's what we've been talking about all day long is consistency. It's just it's not enough to be the quickest guy out there or to be the best overtaker or anything like that. It's you have to have the complete package, but you have to be able to do it over and over and over again for 12 hours, really without fail.
Yeah, and as I said, especially at a track like this, it's not just a quick few laps, it's a full 12 hours. You have to keep it off the guardrails, off of the concrete walls for that amount of time. When I when there was no commentary going on, I was actually watching a little bit. There was a bit of contact going on between the this car and the GTL VRT red Audi. When Parabellum was trying to overtake, we've got Lucas Christek in the car right now. A bit of miscommunication, or well, just some really aggressive defending going on from the GTL VRT out. Really, just an absolute monster run from Christek and the rest of the team so far.
Yeah, I mean, and we've been kind of touching at it all day long, and now we're at the 8 hour mark. We're two-thirds of the way through. Now is when, I mean, it's not going to be complete. It's not 100% just yet, but now is when we're going to start to see that pace start to tick up a little bit. We're going to see that aggression come up a little bit, and as these teams really start to kind of settle in for the last leg of this race and really start to set their eyes on that podium. And
Yeah.
it's right now you got the Parabellum team, like I said, running in third. Currently sat behind Matt Malone running solo in P2, which again I actually hadn't really considered this all day long. It's just slipped my mind, but I've been reminded that Matt will unfortunately be disqualified at the end of this race. Um, just because again, this is a multi-driver, a team event, so there is a minimum number of drivers. You're required to run at least two drivers to compete in this event. Now, again, obviously, as a solo driver, he is allowed to enter and run the race, but Matt Malone will unfortunately not be classified as a finisher, no matter where he winds up. So, as of right now, you can effectively call that a free spot for anybody who's behind him.
Yeah, a lot of these, especially a lot of popular iRacing streamers, like to solo these long endurance events. I've seen quite a few people try to solo races like the Daytona 24 Hours,
Hmm.
and this race as well, and Sebring. Um, so it's more for the content type of thing.
I think
Um,
so. Yeah.
but yeah, since you have to swap drivers, unfortunately, Matt Malone won't be able to keep his second position, and well, you can basically call Parabellums our second place runners at the moment.
Effectively, yeah, and I mean, and I'm sure for Parabellum and anybody else who winds up behind Matt, of course, that's never really how you want to gain a position. It's just because it got handed to you by race control. But at the end of the day, it's one place higher up on the order, and there's not a single team out there that'll actually complain about it. Um, but again, it's monstrous to me to do this of all races solo. I mean, like you said, I've seen people do Daytona, I've seen people do Le Mans, I've seen people do Sebring, but out of all those, honestly, I think Daytona sounds like, well, I don't want to say the easiest because I don't think there's anything easy about doing a solo race like that. But
Well, yeah, you certainly have more room for error. It's a
yeah,
permanent circuit, but I mean, the difference here is that even though it's 12 hours shorter, I mean, this is honestly just a much tougher track.
hmm,
Um, and it's brutal to anyone who makes a mistake.
yeah, absolutely, especially over this top section of the mountain here as we watch Lucas climbing up. I mean, you mentioned earlier, especially in the real counterparts, it's not terribly uncommon to see basically this top section of the mountain effectively get blocked off by a bad enough accident because, like you said, those walls are just so close. The track is so narrow, and if you bounce off it at the wrong angle with somebody too close behind you, you can pretty much just create a nice little roadblock there,
Yeah,
and
just
get a lot of people in trouble.
that high speed run all the way up to Brock's skyline. You're
Mhm.
just constantly going at high speeds, turning that little bit of left through those medium to high speed left-handers, and that really can upset the balance of the car if you're not careful. And also, those downhill S's can be absolutely brutal because there's one section of it called the Dipper where it basically sort of plateaus out, and it really makes the suspension of the car bottom out.
Mhm.
So just that whole section is really it really is a test to drivers even at the very highest professional level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, even in the real world counterpart here, there are plenty of professional and very highly skilled drivers who either haven't competed or at Bathurst and taken on the mountain, or who still or who have but still have a very healthy dose of respect for this circuit here. And I'm talking sports car champions and Formula One racers and anybody you name it. They will all have a very healthy dose of respect for Mount Panorama because, like you said, this is an incredibly challenging track. You get almost a little bit of a rest period here as opposed to some other circuits just with these nice long straights. But even then, it really doesn't allow you to relax too much because again, it's not a hugely long period of time, and especially on Conrad Strait, where you'd think that they'd have the best chance to relax for a moment, you're almost always going to have somebody either right up in front of you or right up behind you trying to draft. So there really isn't a lot of downtime for these drivers on this 2 minute lap.
Yeah, it's again definitely um, a lot different because Bathurst is actually well, it definitely has that permanent circuit look, but it is public road, and some of the definitely the mountain section really puts that out there for the drivers to tackle. Um, so again, even though with those long straightaways, the drivers might have some breathing room. You have to worry about lap traffic as well from some of the back markers and anyone who wants to get a pass on you through the draft.
And like you said, these are public roads through most of the year, and we've been kind of pointing out. You can actually see as Lucas just went past one, people's driveways leading off the side of the circuit here. So again, you have very much public roads, and the surface of the road kind of goes along with that. As you might expect, this is not an FIA Grade One circuit with marble smooth tarmac. These are public roads that get used, by public traffic throughout the year. They have ridges, they have bumps, they have, ruts and curves and little potholes and cracks and all sorts of things that, and you see just how much these cars bounce around even down the straights here. There's never really a time where you can actually just relax in the cockpit of one of these cars here at Bathurst. And again, that's just if you're by yourself, and never mind 60 odd other cars and 8 hours of racing behind you to wear down your energy levels and wear down that concentration.
And honestly, those last few hours, honestly, not just at Bathurst, but at any endurance race, pretty much midways when things start to cool down, because everybody's in their groove. But during those last few hours, everybody start getting a little fatigued, getting a little impatient, and oftentimes you might see some really close racing happening because just everyone's at a different point in terms of how their car's handling, how it's been holding up throughout the whole race, and just really emotions really come to a clash at the last few hours. So even though endurance races really drag on for may seem to drag on for a long time, it really they really come out with some exciting results even towards the end. So I'm
Yeah,
curious to see if we'll see any of that here as we come to the
absolutely.
closing hours.
In a way, you've basically almost had like basically a 6 hour qualifying session. That it's really just now in the past hour or so started to turn into an actual race. And like we've been talking about all day, it's that mental side and all the preparation and work that goes into it there. Of like you said, towards these last few hours, um, the word that I used that I thought was really apt was is impatient. That's really what it is. Endurance racing is all about patience and finding your opportunities and saving the fuel when you need to, like these guys have been doing with their pit stops here and everything. But as the race goes on and like you said, as everybody starts to turn that wick up a little bit more, it becomes so easy to forget about the game plan, to forget everything you've been doing, and just for that the red mist to descend, and you just want to go flat out and race the car hard. And it really it just highlights the experience of those drivers and those teams who are able to just get to 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, and keep doing what you've been doing, keep doing everything that got you here. Because it really hasn't changed yet until that last hour, hour and a half or so, when it really just all bets are off.
Absolutely, and well, I think at the moment, Chris Tech is not really having to worry about um, really any opposers here. Just actually has a lot of breathing room, as challenging as this track is. I guess in the sense of traffic and any battles that might be coming his way, looking pretty open right now, and looks like just a time to just sort of keep things consistent and just keep his head down towards the end here.
Clear track, clear head, and just kind of like we've been talking about all day. Just you just keep running your race, and you kind of almost ignore the fact that anybody else is out on track with you at this point. And you just keep doing what you're doing. You keep following your game plan. Uh, and again, I mean, these guys very clearly have a pretty solid plan that they've been executing from the start here. Where we've been seeing them with this overcut strategy every stop, every stint, where they're just going to those 2 or 3 laps longer than everybody else, saving fuel, lifting and coasting throughout the course of their stints here. And the thing that I noticed too is as we've been going on, I mean, it's really starting to pay off for them, and it's going to pay off big come the end because what I started noticing is, from the very first stop was, 65 minutes or something like that. It was 5 minutes past the hour, say. And then the next stop was, maybe 10 or 12 minutes past the hour. And it's been slowly moving itself back to where this last stop, um, they stopped like, I think it was like at the 7.5 hour mark. And
Hmm.
again, they're a little over 2/3 of the way through here, so it very quickly gets to the point where they're saving the better part of a full stint, and therefore a full pit stop that they may not have to take, or maybe can just get away with like a splash and dash or something at the end, where everybody else is going to be coming in for an extra stop. And we saw that work out for these guys really well at Daytona, and it seems like it's paying off for them again here.
Yeah, one very overlooked thing about endurance racing is just the amount of time that goes into strategy. Because again, as important as the driving is and getting the car to the end, timing those pit stops and making them work as efficiently as possible, that's just as important.
And again, that's where having a good organization and having a good team with a lot of experience really comes into play and helps a lot because it's again, if you leave it up to the driver at this point, if Lucas is out there having to think about when his next pit stop is, and what he needs to do and what his plan is, and basically trying to strategize for the rest of the race here, that takes away so much of your mental power from racing. And it's almost kind of a joke or a meme within the iRacing community. I think we've all had a a problem or an accident or crash or something during a race because we're trying to figure out how much fuel we need to take during the pit stop or when we were going to come in, or just thinking about all those other things, and not so much about driving the car in that moment. And all it takes is that split second loss of concentration, and especially here at Bathurst, you can have a really bad time. So yeah, these guys, I mean, again, they've had a plan, they've been executing, and they've clearly been able to have the team behind them to keep track of all that kind of stuff, and to do all the management and strategy work that's necessary to allow Michael and Lucas to have just focused on driving the car and put in as strong a performance as they have been.
And it looks like I'm not sure whose Audi that is, but they're I think it's lap traffic. Yeah, that is. But yeah, just going back to that, um, as you said, trying to manage lap traffic and people drafting behind you is again another important part. And sometimes communication errors can happen, and it's just important to play the game of what I call defensive driving. You know, trying to get past people, but also uh, in the worst case scenario, just trying to keep the car going, even if it means going offline a little bit.
I mean, that's the biggest focus for these guys here, and we heard from Lucas a little while ago, who kind of confirmed the same thing for us. But that's really all they're focused on, is just through this middle part of the race here, is just keep the car in one piece, keep the car safe, keep it, stay out of trouble, and make sure that they are ready and in place for the end of this race. Because again, we've touched on it a number of times, but in these 12 and 24-hour, these long endurance races, it's very, well, I shouldn't say rarely, but it's not always necessarily the fastest car on track that you see at the top of the podium, but it is almost always the cleanest.
Yeah, and I'd say once again, the Parabellum guys have done an absolute fantastic job just keeping everything nice and tidy. Because I mean, just from looking at the bodywork of the car and the cars that they're passing by, you know, some of these Audis are looking pretty. They got some pretty bad war wounds here, but um,
Yeah. And again, not a scratch on this Ferrari, not a mark, not nothing. It's absolutely amazing to see, and like I said, I mean, that don't get me wrong, staying out of trouble and keeping out of crashes does not by any means guarantee you a strong result. I mean, again, you could tootle around this track at 30 miles an hour and never have to worry about a crash, but you're certainly not going to win the race. So for them to be that clean, but also this far up the field, running in P2, uh, almost without challenge at the moment, it seems. We'll have to see if I can take a look through the timing here and see exactly where that Phoenix Racing team is behind them here, and not even being able to show them on the relative at the moment here. But yeah, these guys have just put in such an astonishing drive all day long, and they show absolutely no signs of stopping. Um, and meanwhile, too, I'm also just hearing from the other Parabellum splits. We've got the pink car after their couple of incidents and their run of bad luck has moved up to P20, and the crimson car, after also running into a little bit of bad luck, is now moved all the way up to P4. So we've got two cars for Parabellum in the top five of their respective splits. One of them is fought back there from the very back of the field, and the other one has fought back after I believe a spin and a little bit of time spent repairing in the pits. So again, just an incredibly strong result from Parabellum, and as we keep seeing, it's it really, this is not a one-off. This is not a fluke. We've seen this from them before at other events, and we're seeing it multiple times here.
oh yeah, I definitely don't believe there's such a thing as a fluke
Hmm.
in endurance racing. I mean, this is really it. Really, all comes down to, as you said, consistency and also just the amount of planning and the amount of practice and the amount of work that everyone involved puts in. And I think they're really starting to see everything pay off, especially on the black cars side.
Yeah, I mean it's very much been paying dividends for them, and hopefully continues to do so here as we're coming around. I believe that's Hell Corner to start another lap here. over 230 laps gone, almost 8.5 hours of this race gone by, and still 3.5 to go. And again, that's the amazing thing about endurance racing is that at this point, it is still pretty much anybody's race. If you haven't spent a long time in the pits, if you haven't taken more than 5 or 10 minutes of repairs, you're pretty much still in contention for a very strong result here, just as much as anybody else is at this point.
Yeah, the field definitely has the tendency to fluctuate quite a bit, and even though uh, some of the people at the top of the board here have been doing very well, I d- this is not me wishing anything bad to happen to any of the cars here on the grid, but just the reality of it is, even though uh, 8 hours and nearly 30 minutes of racing have gone by, and everyone is where they are, respectively. Um, there's the painful side of it as well, and it's that there's still 3 hours and 30 minutes to go, and there's room for anything to go wrong during that time. Knock on wood to not place the commentator's curse here.
Yeah, absolutely. But no,
But
you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw exactly that happen at the Daytona race last month. And of course the go to example is Toyota at Le Mans a couple of years ago. I mean, it's literally 10 minutes to go. It's not over until it's over. Anything can happen at any time here, and again, it doesn't even have to necessarily have anything to do with you.
yeah, but I mean, so far, just I'm really really astounded at what the team's been able to accomplish here, and I really hope they can see this through to the end because they've put in a lot of effort, and it's really it really looks like it's been worth it for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the amount of effort and work that goes into doing something like this. I mean, again, it doesn't start on the day. It doesn't even it really doesn't even start, just with the practice. I mean, again, it starts with just putting together the organization and getting the people together and having, the right mindset and the right plan. There's so much that goes into building an organization like this that it really I don't think can be overstated. How or what an impressive result this is for a team that's only barely a year old to be doing something like this.
Yeah, that's I actually didn't even know that they were barely they were barely around that long. So that's also really impressive. But I think it also just comes down to really finding the right people that are willing to commit to something like this because I certainly have a busy schedule on my hands, so I wouldn't want to let a team like this down because I just don't have that commitment. But just really big props to um, just the commitment, really, by the drivers and any other team members involved in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is really the level where I honestly God call these guys professional fake race car drivers. They really do earn that title. I mean, there is something very much professional about the attitude, not just of Parabellum, but of all the teams who compete at this kind of a level here. That there is, yes, no, none of us are professionals in the strictest sense of the word here, as Lucas brings the Parabellum car into the pits from P2. But that's really what this is, and the level of commitment and involvement that it requires is to treat this professionally, is to basically say, look, this isn't actually my job, but while I'm doing this, I treat it as though it is my job. And you can really see, again, you can see that in Parabellum, you can see that in Lucas and Michael. You can see that in a bunch of these other teams, and you can very clearly see it. Not that I have anybody particular in mind for this, but you can very clearly see it when a team or a driver doesn't have that. Michael.
Absolutely, and now we're seeing. I believe we have a driver swap going on now
Yes,
here.
indeed. Michael Kotap getting in for Lucas Kristik there. These two swapping back and forth all day long. Again, after their third driver unfortunately had to withdraw from the race due to medical issues just a day or two in advance. And again, that to me is also the astonishing thing, that we've talked about adaptability a lot today, but for this car in particular, this Parabellum Racing Black car, lost a driver a few days before the race, and very nearly lost a second one in Lucas Christic as his steering wheel died. I believe it was on Wednesday. I want to say on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. So only a couple of days before the race, and his steering wheel died. They very nearly lost the second driver, but were able to a come together as a team to get him a replacement and make sure that he was able to drive it. And b the two of them, Michael and Lucas, being able to come together to kind of pick up the slack and really take this car to a very very strong position here as Michael gets back on track for this will be what his second group of two, third set of stints, I believe this should be yeah, because Michael started, so this should be his third set of stints, and then we'll expect to see him in for the next couple of hours. But again, as I was mentioning earlier, when we had just come back from our break, you look at when they had first stopped, it was about just about that 65-minute mark, and they're now stopping at the 8.5 hour mark. So again, just you see them extending these. I mean, they're not extending their stint lengths, but you see them going further and further and further and closer towards saving themselves a full pit stop here by the end. Which again, I don't know at this point they'll be able to make a full stop out of it, but very assuredly they have shortened their final stop, if not been able to eliminate it altogether.
Yeah, again, that's strategy is just such an important part of endurance racing, and that means spending the least amount of time in the pits as possible, as well as just timing it right. And when you're out of the pits, really stretching the limits of your car in terms of how efficient it can be on fuel, how much you can save the tires without dropping off too far from
Hmm.
the lead pace.
Right.
There's just so much to consider, not just um, from each point, but also uh, like there has to be a good balance between how fast can I go, but also how fast can I go, but still make it to the end and really extend what my car has in terms of fuel and grip in the tires.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you can sit still with the engine off and use absolutely no fuel, but you're not going to get very far. So, yeah, it's like that, and it really just belies that experience that drivers like this in an organization like this have to just be able to really see that big picture and to look 12 hours into the future and know that what, yeah, I'm saving you know minuscule amounts of fuel on each lap. Uh, but knowing that that can add up to something huge like a full pit stop by the end of the race if you stick to it and you keep up with it and if you believe in it and you accept that it's going to work, because it's so easy in that mental state if that mental state isn't there, it's so easy to just say, well, yeah, somebody told me that we can do this, and I saw the numbers and it looks like it's possible maybe, but I don't want to keep lifting off. It just feels wrong or whatever, and you kind of just start second guessing yourself. And it's so easy um, to get off that game plan that you guys come into the race with. And again, it's about the ability to plan. It's about the ability to adapt, but it's also about the ability to execute. And these guys have been doing it consistently all day long.
Yeah, and it's really gotten them far as well. Even with that pit stop, and everyone cycling through their pit stops as well, they're still holding out on their own here. As we mentioned earlier, Matt Malone, uh, right ahead, is soloing this race, and well, he'll almost certainly be disqualified. So really, no positions lost on their last pit stop either.
Exactly, which is huge, and even if you discount the fact that that Matt will eventually be disqualified, even if you look at the positions just as they stand right now, I mean, again, every time these guys, it's just been like clockwork. Every time they stay out, of course, they pick up a bunch of free positions as people ahead of them pit, and that's how racing works. If somebody pits ahead of you, you get a free position from them, but you never really think much of it because you're going to have to give it right back when you come into your pit. But every time we have seen them picking up we've seen them pick up, say, 10 free positions when they don't pit, and then when they finally do, they only come back out 8 positions down. They seem to be able to just keep a little bit of that gap that they're able to build, when everybody else stops, and it's just been adding up and adding up and adding up.
Yeah, and it's gotten them to the point. Well, I mean, I already said this, but they haven't lost a position. They technically haven't lost a position from that
Right.
stop, and I think again, if they keep going as they are right now, um, I think we could very solidly see a strong finish from this team by the end of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely possible, and it's not to, again, not to get into to superstitious territory or anything like that, but this is very much, well, actually, I won't say that it's in their hands to lose or anything, because again, that's really not true, and we've seen countless examples of where things at a race like this, where something can go wrong, or you can run into problems that are absolutely nothing to do with you and absolutely nothing of your own making. Somebody just, like you mentioned earlier, somebody spins and blocks a track across the top of the mountain or whatever. So I really shouldn't say that this is in a position for them to lose, but I will say it's basically, this is in a position where it kind of would take some bad luck for them right now, and hopefully we don't see that. And the thing about luck is, I forget who said it. I've never been able to find a good source for the quote, but there's a man once said, as the harder I practice, the luckier I get. And it really seems to be showing that exactly for Parabellum. You can say they've been lucky in picking up some spots here or there, or saving time in the pits, but it's not luck. It's skill. It really is. It's skill and a lot of hard work and dedication.
Yeah, apologies for the quick topic shift, but I myself haven't been on iRacing in quite a bit. I actually did not know, looking at the leaderboard and looking at the race earlier, I knew the new BMW M4 GT3 had been added, but I did not know they had snuck in the Huracan GT3 in there as well. So
Yeah, that came like a build or two ago, and it didn't really, as at least that I'd seen, it didn't really get a lot of fanfare or promotion or announcement or anything like that. It just kind of showed up, um, but all of
yeah.
a sudden there was a Lamborghini in iRacing.
Yeah, well, that's honestly really pleasant to see because even though I do like some of the older GT3 machines that iRacing has to offer, it's very welcoming to see some of the updated ones file their way in as well.
Yeah, and I've been saying this for ages now, but I'm really holding out for them to replace that the McLaren, the MP412C, which is what, 10, 15 years old almost at this point.
Yeah, pretty. I'd say it's pretty much.
I think it's probably closer to
It's
10,
pretty
but
much a decade old.
it really is. I mean, it's the original McLaren GT car, at least for the modern age, and very much, you can very much tell
oh yeah,
that's the first of its generation.
yeah. You
Uh,
can definitely see over the years how much GT3 regulations and especially cosmetically
mhm.
how they've evolved over the years. They've just become so much more aggressive.
Oh, absolutely, and just the looks of it and the design of it, but then also just the fact that McLaren has been improving their cars and their designs just in general. I mean, you look at something like they're racing now with the 650S or the 720s, and it's just a much better base platform than the MP4 ever was, because again, it's a decade newer. And,
Yeah.
what do you expect?
Oh yeah.
Um, but as much as I do love my McLaren, I would very much like to see a new one make its way to iRacing sometime soon, because I do, as far as I'm aware, it is on offer here this weekend. But I don't believe we've seen a single one running.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that it's not a popular choice, especially for a race like this. Though I am surprised to see, well, a Ford in the field. That's well, they're in the pits now, but they seem to been uh, throwing punches at the top 10 themselves.
Yeah, and again, pretty much the solo representative for the Ford brand, as far as I've been able to make out for this race. That's the Texans Fitzday Motorsports, currently sitting in P8 down in the pits right now. But yeah, we were talking about it earlier though. With GT3, of course, being a balance of performance class and everything. Are you surprised as I am to see the top 10 and most of the top runners here split between the Audi and the Ferrari? Because with BOP, you'd think you would assume that it would be a little bit more homogenous, a little bit more of a mixture of brands at the top of the field, but it really doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, BOP is interesting because while it is good to keep the racing balance, sometimes it just doesn't work to the fullest, and really it's never perfect because it's really based on a lot of estimation. Because obviously, if you see a bunch of uh, Ferraris or Audis at like just straight up cleaning out the top 10, it's like, yeah, obviously there might need to be uh, they might need to be nerfed a little bit. However, it also is really hard to make those estimates because, well, just the driver talent pool among the grid is just so varied as well.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to make those judgments, especially before the race. And
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the hardest thing with VOP is like you said, it's basically it can be very easy to see where an adjustment needs to be made. It can be very difficult to figure out exactly what adjustment needs to be made or how to solve the problem. Without creating new problems or altering the balance too much. And the other thing too is in the iRacing world, compared to the real life GT3s, the iRacing balance of performance is pretty much exclusively through extra ballast weight instead of some of the other tools that something like IMSA, for example, has at the disposal with you know well, actually, sorry, we do. iRacing does do separate fuel capacities as well, just to make sure stint lengths are fairly equal. But beyond that, it's just ballast weight as opposed to things like engine restrictors or power restrictions and things like that. Um, Even I think IMSA does some stuff with I want to say like some of the throttle mapping and fuel mapping and all sorts of things that they can do to try and equalize the performance of these cars, which of course is a little bit more difficult when we don't have all of those options. So and again, I should stress too for anybody who's watching who isn't familiar, this is not an unfamiliar or an unusual situation for iRacing to be in. There's almost always one or two of the GT cars that are usually the not. I mean, it's certainly not to an overpowered extent, but you can usually find one or two that the community seems to agree is kind of the choice for the current season or the current race. I know the Ferrari is kind of actually I think had fallen out of favor for a little while, but it seems to have made its way back to the front of the field.
yeah, I actually believe the Audi had also fallen out of favor a good bit of last year, but it seems to be alongside the Ferrari, a pretty ideal choice, at least for this race. And it also
Yeah.
really matters where that weight is put. Obviously, some of the front engine cars, all the weight's on the front, so they probably won't have as much snap and as much agility as some of the mid-engine cars. But it also really surprises me to see some of the MR cars doing well because even though they have better agility is around those tight corners, um, they are really prone to snapping quite a bit.
Hmm.
But
Especially over the bumps and things like that across the top of the mountain and down through the dipper. Yeah, it can be really easy to upset the. Well, it can be really easy to just upset any car in that kind of a circumstance. But yeah, like you said, those MR that's mid-engine and rear-wheel drive, like the Ferrari, like the Lamborghini, like the Ford GT. Yeah, very much because you have that kind of more balanced weight distribution, and in fact, maybe even a little bit of more weight over the rear. If you get that car upset, it can be very easy for that back end to just want to flip right around on you and send the car spinning. Compared to Audi's in that group, of course, as well. Compared to the Mercedes and the BMW, like you said, yeah, those front engine cars where they have all of that weight over the front wheels. But then again, you run into the issue with those kind of things with the BMW and with the AMG GT3 is understeer becomes your concern. So it's kind of about balancing those factors, and a lot of it at that point comes down to driver preference too.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it also, again, going more into the race prep thing, the setups of the cars too.
Mhm.
Obviously, the mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars do tend to snap, but through setup changes, you can definitely make it more stable to where it'll still have that agility, but not so much to the point where you're having to worry about it spinning every other corner.
Right, and that's the thing is that's kind of the general advantage um, if you can keep it relatively balanced. The general advantage of a platform like this, like the Ferrari or any of these mid-engine cars, is that, like I said, because you have that weight balance, they are much more willing to rotate, and so like you said, you get that agility. You can really kind of change direction a lot quicker. But again, as you mentioned, at the same time, if you don't balance it out, that can very quickly swing to an extreme edge where it just wants to rotate too much or too easily. But yeah, like I said, it's all about driver preference too, and the setups is actually something that we haven't really talked about too much. But again, just something that really requires a very strong and well put together organization to really make the most of, because not only do you just have to have somebody who's good at, a good engineer who knows how to set up the car and understands what the changes will do, and how to get the most out of it and get the most performance from any given track. But also you have to remember that except in very rare cases, every driver in that car is going to have a slightly different driving style and is going to want slightly different things out of it. Some might want a little bit more downforce, some might want a little bit less. Some wants, some tighter springs, some wants looser springs. And it's all about finding that balance, that kind of everybody in the car can be comfortable with and happy enough with, and feel that they can drive safely, while at the same time probably not giving anybody exactly what they're after.
Yeah, and actually, now that you mention it, I know you mentioned that there's not any real McLaren presence either, but also not seeing much in term or anything in terms of the Mercedes either on this grid.
Yeah, I was starting to think about that too as we were talking about it, because I just realized that I hadn't seen one, or heard one all day, frankly, because sometimes you can hear those that AMG growl more before you can see it. But yeah, there's really doesn't seem to be, and again, not a ton of the BMWs being entered either. So there really does not seem to be a very strong contingent for that front engine drive here, or that front end design. Sorry, here at Bathurst today. It really does seem like that mid rear platform is the way to go, or is the platform of choice for most of these teams. Because I'm counting. I mean, you've got 5 of the top 20 are running front engine cars, and interestingly, not many beyond that, it doesn't seem, but which again can
Yeah.
tell you something. It could either be, something about the BMW itself, that maybe it is a stronger contender than people thought, or it might just say something about these teams, that are able to bring a relatively weaker car, perhaps, but up to the pointer end of the field, just by their own skill. So again, it doesn't really, the fact that we see these here doesn't necessarily tell you. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything, but it does suggest a few different possibilities.
Oh yeah, certainly. I just find it interesting because again, looking back on last year of iRacing, really, um, everyone was really going for the Mercedes and really the front
Yeah.
engine cars, and the Audi, especially, was sort of outed as like the uncontrollable beast. But
Hmm.
uh, certainly things have seemed to flip flopped here over the course, uh, go going into this race, really.
Yeah, and I mean, and again, there are pros and cons to each of those kind of platforms, and that stability and the tendency towards understeer is a very safe setup in a lot of cases, and depending on the circuit, can be very advantageous. Some place like Bathurst, probably not, especially through the sections across the mountain, where you really need that agility, but. Like you said, it's down to driver preference in a lot of cases. A lot of drivers, most racing drivers, I would say most racing drivers would prefer understeer. Some racing drivers are wrong and prefer, or sorry, most prefer oversteer. Some are wrong and prefer understeer. But that's, they're allowed, and we just make fun of them behind their backs.
uh, but I think honestly, even at a circuit like this, FR might give like some security. Again, with an MR car, you definitely have more room to work with in terms of how hard you can throw the car into these corners. But um, again, if you don't have the setup pat down, uh, then it can be a really tough car to drive in. Even though the FR cars might understeer a bit more, I'd argue they might be the safer option in
Well,
terms of
they
getting to the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, they generally, well, that's the thing with understeers. It does tend to be the safer alternative to oversteer, and when you're, especially for anybody who's, who's learning or at lower levels of motorsport, or also just in pretty much any road car that you'll buy, that isn't, a dedicated sports car. They're all tuned for understeer because, and it makes sense when you think about it. It really does. It's much safer alternative than a car that has a tendency to oversteer. Because basically, if you think about it, if you're coming up to a corner and you turn the steering wheel to try and go around the corner and you don't quite get the response that you're looking for, it's much safer for the car to not quite turn enough. And basically just tells you, you're trying to carry too much speed through this corner and it's not quite going to turn, but it's fairly easy to correct. You just bleed off some of that speed and you'll be fine, versus a car with a tendency to oversteer, which if you come in with too much speed, the back end just says "see ya" and decides to try and leave you behind. And it can be, especially for somebody who isn't used to it or isn't experienced with it or isn't prepared for it, you can find yourself spun around incredibly quickly. So yeah, I mean, for safety reasons, or just for stability, an understeering car like those front-engined Mercedes and BMWs certainly can be a good option. But my concern would just be, like I said, especially coming down the mountain through the dipper, through the S's, through the elbow. The last thing you want to get when there's absolutely no room, no runoff, no nothing. The last thing you want to do is understeer into that wall.
Yeah, I would honestly be really curious to see how Porsche's current GT3 911 would fare around, well, just in iRacing in general,
Mm,
because, well, that's a whole different beast from any of the cars here on the grid. That's even though the RSR is mid-engine, I believe the GT3 is still rear engine, and having
yeah,
all that weight on the back, uh, things
you
can
get
get really loose.
Yeah, well, you get exactly the opposite problem that you do with a big heavy front end like on the Mercedes, which is that basically it's just it's basically, like I said, it's exactly the opposite of that. It's the same problems as a mid rear but exaggerated. It's just you've got all of this weight behind you, and if you've ever tried to throw a lawn dart backwards, it doesn't care. Physics will flip it around. It has a very specific direction it wants to travel in, and so does that Porsche. And I mean, it is notoriously tail happy because again, yeah, you've got no weight over the front wheels, and if you let that back end step out even a little bit, if it starts moving, it just has so much mass behind it, so much inertia, that if it starts moving out on you, it is almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, yet despite that, it's still very much a race-winning car,
Oh, absolutely.
and it honestly helps that there's a lot of experienced drivers that both Porsche's factory and customer teams hire constantly to race for them, and they basically had knowledge of those cars for so much of their life, and they basically know how that car handles um, from the back of their mind
Mm.
at this point. Um, but
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
I'm not looking to get too far off the topic of this race, but
No, no.
I just think it'd be interesting to see, like, uh, I guess still talk about iRacing, how they're introducing more cars, especially with the M4 GT3 and the Huracan GT3. Even just curiosity about an even bigger variety of, like, handling styles.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to start seeing it come in, though. I mean, we're seeing more and more content getting added. We're seeing the service keep getting expanded, and I mean, it's been phenomenal to watch just how much sim racing has been taking off these last couple of years here. I mean, yeah, we have obviously everything with the that happened during the pandemic and losing a lot of real world racing for last year. Of course, was a big impetus to get a lot of these virtual events off the ground, but you tell me if you feel differently, Logan, but to me, as somebody who's been in the sim racing community for, decade and a half now. 2 or 3 years ago, I don't think that would have happened, even with losing all the real World Series, even with canceling Grand Prix and everything like that. I don't think we ever would have seen, you know, Formula One drivers racing in a virtual Grand Prix, or seen iRacing broadcast on NBC in prime time. I couldn't see that a couple of years ago, and to me, it's just so incredible how much this sport and it really just this sport that we all love has grown and has just taken off.
Yeah, I honestly, I pretty much agree. Like, I guess the one silver lining in the horrible pandemic that has been going on for the past year now, is just the one bit of silver lining, especially when it comes to virtual stuff, is, well, just esports in general have been getting a lot more attention, and uh, it's no different on the sim side of things, especially with iRacing. And of course, since race drivers pretty much couldn't participate in the events that they were slated in for that year, um, they pretty much turned their attention to alternative options because, well, uh, I mean, even though it's a pandemic, it's still their driving is still their job, so they still need something to keep that practice fresh in their heads, and
And
just
just feed the bug too. I mean,
oh yeah, I mean, uh,
that's a large part of it for all those guys too. I'm sure it's just we've got nothing else to do, and I can't go racing for 3 months. So okay,
yeah, I mean, you obviously don't become a race car driver um, just to get money. Obviously, these guys absolutely love their job, and you
Nicky
could really
Lauda.
see that when they were really pushing.
Nicky
Uh,
Lauda's the one exception, I guess. But
obviously, there are exceptions, but I would say
no, it's
most of the time, uh, there's obviously a lot of different jobs you could take to earn money, um, which is why I think taking up a job as a race car driver, um, it's certainly a thing about doing the work that you love.
it's a passion thing, exactly. Yeah, nobody's going through their going to their high school guidance counselor or whatever, and just going like, well, I guess I'll try and be like a race car driver or something like that. I mean, I know I need a job and I need to make money to support a family or whatever. So I don't know. I guess I'll be like a Formula One driver or something. Like it's nobody's doing it because they need a job opportunity. It's not just a source of employment. It really is. It's that passion that almost every driver will bring to this. And it's infectious to watch. And you talk to any of these guys, it's hard not to. Even if you're not a big racing fan, it's hard not to get infected by it, because it's the thing I've always said is that racing is something that it really isn't logical. There really
Mhm.
isn't a logical way to explain it to people of why you want to drive a bomb on wheels as quickly as you can, round and round in a circle next to other people. It doesn't make a lot of rational sense necessarily, and that's because it's not really a rational thing. It's like I said, it's nobody's sitting there and making a logical decision that this is what I want to do as a career. For the most part, we do it because we can't bear not to.
Yeah, I'd argue that's the case for really any sports. Like,
Yeah,
why does someone try and get good at passing a ball around on a field?
right.
Why does somebody want to get good at, like, you know throwing a frisbee or whatever? It's just everybody is there for a reason, and uh, oftentimes I see it's they're just growing up and growing with what they know and love,
Mhm.
and for uh, most of the professional drivers in racing, it's they've been around that scene for such a long time, and what really brings everyone together is not just they're in a fast car going around a track. It's the other people on track, just that thrill of trying to be faster than the other person, and
Mhm.
at the same time just having uh, that sportsmanship between your teammates and your opponents. I think that's really what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, and that sportsmanship and the trust and respect that goes along with it is something we've been talking about all day today, and something that is very much been on display here at Mount Panorama. I mean, we've talked about a little bit how clean this race has been as we come almost to the 9 hour mark here. There's been very, very few incidents, very little scrapes and fighting and contact between these cars. I don't know if we've actually I haven't even looked, but I'm kind of curious to see if we've had some retirements. It does seem like,
Hmm.
but it's still a very, very tightly packed field here. Um, More or less. I mean, not necessarily so much in terms of actual race position. Of course, there's lapped cars and multiple laps separating some of these guys. But if you look at the actual track map too, 9 hours in, and normally at a circuit like this, you'd kind of expect to see cars pretty much just spread all over throughout the circuit. And again, you see a couple of them on that start finish right there, but they're still in mostly one big continuous ish group. Or, well, I guess 3, but, we really aren't just seeing this, kind of, equidistant space out cars that you might expect to see after just having them run for 9 hours. To see these guys still so close to each other is is just incredible, and I mean, that's what allows us to have such great racing and such a great event here is being able to, you know, to sit here for 9 hours and watch it and still have something on the line, have something to fight for, have some uncertainties at the end.
Yeah, and I personally think it all comes down to again just uh, really the talent pool when it comes to endurance racing. It's so diversified. Some people that are racing might not be as good at this track as some of their teammates, and then when they go to the next race, that teammate might be, really strong in that track, and their other teammate might not. It's just there's so many variables that go into it. Um, Not just from a team setup standpoint, but also just um, how the drivers themselves uh, deal with everything throughout the race, and you know they're they're better at some sections of the track than others, and it really just creates an interesting scene um, because of how not just the drivers on track, but also just the driver roster that each team has lined up. You know, when one driver comes in, they might be blowing uh, fast lap after fast lap, and then the next driver comes in. They might be still relatively well on pace, but maybe a little bit further behind, and just seeing the difference between uh, what these drivers can do. I think that's really a big part of it as well.
It absolutely is. And again, that's like I said, putting together these teams and trying to match up the drivers who are going to give you the best overall result is very much part of that organizational challenge. And like you said, it's not always as simple as just finding you know 2 or 3 fast drivers and stick them in a car together and boom, there's my team. It very much can be matching people together for depending on what track you're at, what kind of car you're driving, what the conditions are, what the race length is. There's so much that can go into this. There's so many factors, and we've been touching on all day, and you just mentioned. I mean, there's so much that goes into just even registering for an event like this before you even show up on the day and turn a wheel in anger.
Yeah, and even then, if everybody knew exactly what they were going to do and it worked out 100% for them throughout the race, I think honestly, racing wouldn't be very exciting in my opinion because even then, it's not just about the preparation; it's also making those quick, impromptu decisions if
Hmm.
ever something happens. Um, so
Yeah.
it really is a test of not just preparation, but also deciding what to do on the spot.
Yeah, it's that adaptability that, you need to have both. You need to be able to organize a plan and have a strategy and have several of them, have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C. You need to have the ability to look ahead and plan these things out and execute the plan and stick with it in the face of changing conditions and adversity. But you also need to be able to change that plan as necessary and adapt to the things that come up and the way that the situation changes throughout the race. And again, if you absolutely need both of them in equal measure. You know, you cannot just show up on the day and say, "Well, here's our plan, and that's what we're going to do, and we're just going to stick to it." Because again, it's no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. And at the same time, you also can't just show up on the day and just go, "Well, our plan's going to fall apart anyway, so we're just going to play the whole thing by ear." You need to have both in equal measure.
Yeah, I entirely agree with that. And um, just looking back on the Parabellum Racing Black Ferrari here, again, they have been consistent all race. Um, they do seem to be maybe falling back a bit in pace, but honestly, not too much to worry about here. Again, since we've gotten back, they've been relatively apart from some lap traffic on their own and in a really comfortable spot to where they don't really need to push it that hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we take a look here. Consistency is the key. And I mean, if you look at these last couple of laps from Michael Kotab here, 206.68, 206.85, 206.93, 206.64, or 60, I'm sorry. So you've got 3 tenths that separates his last 4 or 5 laps here. And that is absolutely what these guys need to be doing because, like I say, it's not enough to be fast. It's not enough to do it once. You have to perform every corner, every lap, every minute for 12 hours. And it really can come down to, losing a position or losing a podium place or something can come down to something as simple as failing to do that for literally something as small as one lap or one corner.
Yeah, and uh, gosh, I can't imagine being behind the wheel right now, because uh, honestly, like I can handle pressure from doing a race that's a good few laps long, 10, 20, 30 laps long, but over the course of getting to the end in 12 hours,
Mhm.
honestly, from my own perspective, I would just keep thinking about, like, trying to keep things clean and, like, am I going to make it to the end, just trying not to screw up,
Mhm.
any corner at all.
Exactly, and if you're anything like me, that's the fastest way to make sure that you do screw up is to just keep telling yourself, "Don't screw up, don't screw up, don't screw up." That is a surefire way to find a wall,
Oh yeah.
in my experience. So we
Yeah.
coming down on a Conrod straight here again, and just absolutely amazing to see the speeds that these guys are carrying here, down out through the forest elbow, through that tight mountain section. Like those walls aren't even there,
Yeah.
like they're
It
not
certainly
scared
is
of it or something.
amazing. It certainly is amazing, and again, what makes Bathurst such an astounding place to race is not just that this circuit is so narrow and challenging, but like just how willing these drivers are to push the car to the limit, despite all of that. Um, Whereas it would rattle the nerves of someone like you and me. Uh, these guys have got to do it for 12 hours straight, and just
Yeah,
it's incredible.
I know. I was telling Nick earlier. I've done racing at Bathurst. I love this track. I love Mount Panorama. It's one of my favorite to watch. I've done some racing here. I've done GT races, like sprint races. I've done Formula 3 races. I've done some racing in prototypes. I don't think I've ever done anything longer than about 45 minutes here, and I don't think I really want to. It's about as much as I can handle before I just, I feel like I'm going to just die.
Oh yeah, I
It's
mean, absolutely. And
it's a blast to do, but
yeah, I mean, even though these drivers are swapping out like every few hours, I think it is pretty
Mhm.
much.
Yeah, they've been
Uh,
sticking fairly well to a 2 hour, a 2-ish hour.
yeah, even
Stint.
then, like when I would get back in the car, I just kept I that anxiety would just come back. Like, oh, I am the one responsible for. keeping this going till the end now. Great.
Yeah, it's and again, I mean, we've talked about the mental side of endurance racing so much today, but I really don't think it can be overstated. I mean, it's just there is so much going on for these guys to keep track of and be aware of and keep and to consider and excuse me and to include in their calculations here. And it's strange in a way, but it almost requires endurance racing really is just full of these contradictions in a way that always make me smile because in a way it requires both being a very dedicated team player. You know, you have to be there for the team. This is not about you as an individual driver. It doesn't matter if you're the one who starts the car or finishes the car or makes the overtake, or if you're just the one who does, a couple of, maintenance stints in the middle. You're all in it together. So you need to have, those very strong team players. But in a way, you also need to have that very selfish, I'm here and I don't care about the rest of you kind of mentality to be able to almost push off that pressure of the team's expectations. You know what I mean? You need to in at the same time not care about your own race and your own performance, and at the same time completely ignore the fact that anybody else is there at all.
Well, I'm certainly not going to ignore the BMW that's in front of the Ferrari. I talked about it earlier, but again, lap traffic can also another skill that has to be earned in endurance racing is managing the traffic, especially if there's multi-class going on, which I don't think there is in
No,
this
this is
sport.
single class GT3, but yeah, well, and the interesting thing too is actually, both single and multi class kind of come with their own respective challenges when it comes to the lap traffic, because of course, yeah. So here, being single class GT3 racing, we don't have to worry about, they don't have to worry about a prototype or something, much faster than them coming through, or coming up on a slower class of car that's going to, really hold them up someplace. So you definitely have the advantage there. On the other hand, it also means that because you're only racing in a single class, you do have to compete with every single car on track, and you don't really get that luxury of going like, okay, I'm coming up on a group of three cars ahead of me, but I don't have to worry about fighting them for position. They're not in my class, you know.
Yeah,
Um, but at the same time too, this the just dealing with lap traffic in general, especially in a single class here, really can get dicey at this point of a race. And like you said, it is very much a skill that is earned and acquired through a lot of hard work and quite a lot of frustration too. Um, because you have to keep in mind too at 9 hours and a bit into a race like this, if you're a couple of laps behind me, is it because you're just, we're just a little bit quicker than you are as a team and we've just, made that much ground on you? Have you run into problems? Is your car going to be going slower than a normal car than I might expect it to? Have you had damage? At the beginning, towards the beginning of a race, you can kind of assume that a lap car maybe is just going to be going full speed, and you just don't have to worry about the actual on track position. But now, every time you come up behind this BMW, if I'm Michael, I'm going, okay, let's just be very careful here because you can't necessarily assume that he's going to be hitting every breaking point exactly where you think he's going to be, because again, you don't know what state his car is in.
yeah. Again, it's just about that driver to driver communication. Obviously, uh, well, unless they have iRacing voice chat on, which I would not recommend.
I was just gonna
Um,
say, which is a terrible idea. Shouldn't
yeah,
be done by anyone.
yeah. But uh, regardless, I think driver to driver communication, especially just from well, in a real life setting, they don't really that doesn't really exist. So I guess you don't really need it, because really communication comes down to, well, it's not necessarily body language. Well, it's your
It's
car's
it's
body
right,
language.
exactly.
um, and you kind of have to communicate to them, whether it's flashing your lights or moving over to the side, like, I'm going to attempt an overtake, or you're a lap down, can I go by you?
Mhm.
uh, it's really important to make those signals to the car in front of you, before you make those moves, if they're not defending for position, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is. It's just again, it just adds to that, every little facet, every little layer of challenge, in these endurance racing that's just so much above and beyond anything else, any other kind of racing that you would do, even on this sort of a circuit. So many of these considerations don't really come into play if you're doing a 45-minute or an hour-long sprint race because there just isn't enough time for it to unfold. It just isn't a concern. But here, every single thing matters. Everything matters.
Absolutely, and um, still creeping up on this BMW in front of us. I have no idea what position they are in,
See if we
but
can. I'm not certain if I can. Can't quite see a car number off of them. No. Let's see if I can just navigate up to them like this. Nope, we're still on Michael. There we go. So that is Thomas Benanchin of Bus Stop Esport. Okay, so that's the P19 car, one of the BMWs there. So very much some lap traffic, but again, not really down on pace, and doesn't really seem to be holding up Michael in the Parabellum car too terribly much. I am wondering though, as the last part of this race starts taking off here, again, we're going to start seeing the aggression factor getting turned up here. We're really going to start seeing situations like this where for the majority of a race, Michael might be happy to sit behind a lapped car who's telling him along and not really costing too much time. But at a certain point, the race starts getting down to those final hours where you just need to put the pedal to the metal. You need to get every single ounce of speed you have, and every inch of track position will really start to matter.
indeed, and does it looks like the BMW in front is putting pretty good pace, so I don't think there's really any haste to get past. Probably a good source of drafting as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's kind of something we've been talking about all day. Is just that intelligent driving of just knowing, using your experience and the know how to or the knowledge that you don't need to get past everybody. Of really looking at the big picture and going, what is actually going to help our race and what is going to get us a stronger result? What is important right now and what can we ignore? And again, it's a skill that is only ever learned through just a lot of practice, a lot of hard work, and a lot of frustration.
Oh yeah, I mean, uh, when we look at some of the teams and drivers that are competing on the grid, uh, especially towards the top, it definitely doesn't. Again, as I said, it's definitely not a fluke that they are where they are now. Uh, so much they've again just uh, I'd say both the Parabellum Racing Team and those within sitting at the top right now, again, have put you know so much time not just into this race, but practice. Just hours upon hours of practice, perfecting their racecraft, which is something I really respect and something that I wish I had time to do myself. But um, I think I'm happy enough sitting here in the commentary booth and just watching it all unfold.
Yeah, I mean, I can. I guess I can only speak for myself here, but I mean, I've been having an absolutely fantastic time watching this race unfold here today, and it is astonishing to me to think that to look back and think that we started this a little over 9 hours ago. It
Hmm.
doesn't feel like it. Um, I'm quite certain it will very much feel like it the second that we end this broadcast and I actually get a chance to relax. And I'm sure most of the drivers in this race, both for Parabellum and for everybody else, will feel exactly the same way. You don't really feel that fatigue or that tiredness. I mean, it certainly affects you, but you don't really feel it until you're done, and then it hits you like a wave.
Yeah, it's, just again, you get so wrapped up in the excitement and the adrenaline, and when it's all over, that all wears off, and then
You just
it sort of
crash.
hits you. Wow,
Yep.
that's a lot of time and a lot of energy that escapes me. So
Yeah. Exactly. It's one of those things where you just kind of you don't really think about the time going by until you finally finish and you look out the window and you go, "It was light out when I started this."
yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to have that realization because while my computer is by my window, so it'll definitely I'll probably have to turn on my lights in here at some point, which that's probably when the realization will hit me. But
Mhm.
yeah. Um, Again, these races, depending on where you are, uh, they can go by so quickly and you don't even know it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting too to we haven't really talked about it, but interesting too to know. You mentioned depending on where you are in the world and everything. One of the big advantages that some of these virtual teams get over the real life events is the fact that you have the ability to that basically that obviously all the drivers don't need to be in the same place. Obviously for the real life Bathurst 12 hours, your drivers all kind of need to be at Bathurst in order to drive the car. Not so much for the iRacing version. So it really does give a lot of these teams the advantage of being able to kind of deal with the time difference that way, um, by scheduling different drivers from different time zones to make sure that nobody has to really be up in the middle of the night for them, or be up at any awkward times. But I will note that both Michael Kotab and Lucas Kristik are both from the Czech Republic, and they are obviously then both in the same time zone. They are both. Ooh, I wanna say GMT +1, I would guess. So, they're looking at probably 11 or, they're either GMT +1 or +2, I would say. So they're looking at, like, 11 o'clock or maybe midnight local time for both of these drivers. And so, again, it's just one of those, just another kind of interesting thing to note that I'm just noticing now that it's one of those, advantages that you can get in the sim racing world that, the Parabellum Black car has actually been doing without.
Yeah, and it does remind me of that disadvantage I also had. I remember me and a friend during the Daytona 24. We both of us were in the Eastern Standard Time Zone in the U.S., but we both swapped back and forth for the stints from basically 1 a.m. to the end of the race, and boy, were we absolutely wiped by the end of it. So I do agree. Uh, Having people from different time zones definitely can really, really help in making sure that nobody's really going into it, you know, tired after having a long day or whatever. But as you said, the Parabellum Racing Black, they're they don't really have that I, advantage, I guess.
Mhm.
But regardless, I again a really great effort from these two, considering that they are in the same time zone and they're just sort of in it together.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean these two together is very much the right word, 'cause as we heard from speaking to Chris earlier, these two came over as a package deal. These guys, Michael and Lucas, have been driving together for quite a while now, it seems, and they really you can really tell that they just have that camaraderie, that sense of togetherness, and they're really just pulling together as a unit, as a team. Even talking to who was it? I was talking to Michael um, earlier during one of our breaks as he was in the hanging out in the Twitch chat, and you know to hear him tell it, we trying to congratulate both drivers on the job that they've been doing so far, and to hear him tell it, he's just been keeping the car safe, and it's really Lucas who's been doing the heavy lifting, and Lucas is has kind of intimated some of the exact same sentiments. They're both kind of just being incredibly humble and just giving to the other person, and no, it's really all of them that's doing it. You know, these two are very, very well matched, in pretty much every respect, I would say, not just in terms of their outright pace.
Yeah,
Um,
I would say I would argue that I don't think either one is really majorly lifting the other or carrying
no,
the
I
team.
I mean these guys have really been splitting this load 50-50. I mean, it really has been an absolutely astonishing drive from both of them. Um, just getting a question from Twitch chat here. And again, if you'd like to get in touch with us during the race, please feel free to do so either on Twitter at Art of Racing TV, or joining the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/PBLM esports. But we've got a question here just about how much feedback and how much fuel these guys actually get from their equipment, because like we were saying, these tracks are not smooth. Bathurst is very much roughshod public roads. So um, these guys, I mean, again, the force feedback through these wheels is going to be quite strong for some of them, depending on exactly what equipment they're running. But these guys are very much going to be getting that, washboard effect that, anybody who's driven down a dirt road, I'm sure is all too familiar with. They will absolutely be feeling this. There's, we talked about the physical strain and the exertion that goes into even doing a virtual race like this. And that's very much a part of it. You know, I don't know if I don't know what kind of equipment you were running on, Logan, in terms of force feedback and everything.
Well, that's the thing. It all really depends because out on a real racetrack, it's sort of what you feel through the wheel of the real life car. But when it comes to sim racing, there's all sorts of different wheel options available to
Mhm.
you, some more budget than others. And
Certainly.
I'm kind of on a budget setup myself. I just have a Thrustmaster T150, but even then, it gets the job done pretty well. Because honestly, I don't really think you need, the highest grade
No,
wheel
certainly.
or anything like that. But I definitely do think it helps to have a wheel with decent feedback so that you know you have as much information, you have as much physical feedback and information from how the car is handling as possible. Um, and I think it really helps with trying to tackle again a bumpy and twisty track like Bathurst, knowing where to plant your car on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, it really there is obviously a very wide range of equipment available from the relatively inexpensive to multi-thousand-dollar steering wheel and pedal sets. Um, but you're absolutely right in the fact that you do not need anything super advanced in order to have some good lap times here. And in fact, some of the world's fastest sim racers still use some of the oldest and most outdated equipment you can imagine, and they do just fine with it. So it very much is not necessarily a determining factor in skill. Um, but it is interesting you bring it up too. The force feedback is one of the contentious points about sim racing, I suppose I would say. For anyone who's not familiar, as Logan mentioned, the force feedback is all of the feeling and the vibrations and everything that you get through the steering wheel in these virtual cars, which the vast majority of those forces are completely artificial. It's not something that you'd normally experience in a road car or in these real race cars because most of those G forces and things like that, you feel through your body, you feel through the seat, you feel as the car is physically moving around you, which of course is not the case for the vast majority of these drivers who haven't spent $10 or $15,000 on a motion simulator. Um, and so the force feedback is completely artificial, really. It's the one part of sim racing that really has no real world analog, and doesn't really translate at all to real world driving skills. And unfortunately, like I said, it's just because those physical forces you can't feel through motion because you're not moving, but they are, as Logan, as you mentioned, they're incredibly important for being able to drive and control the car and to understand what it's doing.
Yeah, and even though motion rigs do exist, obviously not everyone wants to drop the big bucks on one of those. So really, any of the wheel manufacturers, well, that make wheels, have to sort of improvise and provide uh, artificially give that feedback all through the wheel instead of
Mhm.
through an entire motion rig. And I'd say over the years it has gotten substantially better, especially
Absolutely.
on the budget end. I would argue because again, a T150 you can pick up for uh, 200 $250, and you can still get really decent feedback and know what the car's doing without having to feel the actual physical forces in your body.
Exactly, exactly, and like I said, it is so incredibly important for understanding the motion of the car and what it's doing that you really don't need much. Like you said, you don't need anything super advanced or super special. You just kind of need some. That's really all you need. Is you just need some sort of force feedback to get it. But again, it's kind of artificial, and it can be a struggle for some people to adapt to, unfortunately. And I don't know if you've ever had this experience, but in trying to introduce new people to sim racing, it's always been for me like the biggest sticking point or the biggest hurdle for new drivers to clear, because like I said, it's totally artificial. It's something you have no experience with coming from a real car, and at least for me, it's very difficult to describe to people. It's very difficult to try and teach somebody how to understand force feedback and what it's trying to convey to you because it's something that and I don't know, maybe you feel differently, but at least for me, it's just something that I never really put much thought into. This vibration means that effect or whatever. You just kind of learn it and get used to it, and it becomes internalized almost. And so it's very
Yeah,
difficult to introduce new people to it.
yeah, I think honestly, with sim racing, you're sort of having to relearn how to drive
Yeah.
because uh, obviously, you know, if you just not even race, just drive in real life, obviously it feels so much different because, as you said, um, when it comes to sim racing wheels, a lot of that force is artificial because, well, you can't really feel anything throughout your body or the seat. Um, but in a real car, you can. So I would, I would definitely agree. And honestly, with driving, you can definitely teach someone by word or by showing them as much as you want. But as it does with any physical activity, you basically have to relearn and practice over and over again
Mhm.
to achieve mastery of it. It basically is the art of achieving or mastering something, like with any other skill. And that you basically guide someone, and then you basically try it over and over again until uh, you get something successful out of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, so I was just noticing. I think it might have been some problems for Matt Malone there. I want to see if we can. I think he might have just had an off or something to see if we can maybe get pull up a replay of this and see what happened. And here it comes here. Let's see what's going to happen to Matt, who again, just to remind you, has been driving solo and ooh, very
Ooh.
narrowly avoids getting collected there, both in front and in back. Actually, might have just taken a little bit of a tap up the back. Unfortunate, but again, as we've said, this is exactly what can happen in these kind of races at this point in the race, and especially at this track. You saw it pretty much just like you had called earlier, Logan. Somebody basically faced perpendicular across the track at the top of the mountain.
Oh yeah, it's especially scary here at a track like this because again, um, at a track like Daytona, you go off into the grass away from uh, the tarmac, and you're not really in anyone's way.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
again, at the top of the mountain here, it's wall to wall between the tarmac. So if you're spun around, you are basically you may very well be in someone's racing line, and uh, it's just a scary, scary situation
Yeah,
when
I
someone is turned
mean,
around.
if you're Matt Malone and you were, half a tenth further up the track, you would have made contact. I mean, he was pretty much just at the bare edge of where he was able to get the car stopped to avoid that collision. And again, that it's just like we've been saying all day long. Something completely out of your control can very quickly ruin your entire race in a split second, especially over the top of that mountain where it's so blind. You have no visibility. You can have absolutely no warning of something like that ahead of you on the track.
Yeah, and that's a big thing you mentioned is the blindness as well of the mountain section. Those walls really narrow your vision, and uh, you may not see someone spun around or crashed until you're right up on them. Um, and it just, again, that's another really scary factor that drivers, uh, even as prepared as they are, you know, might come up on them too quick for them to notice. And uh, yeah, that's just one of the many dangers uh, that comes along with racing at this track. And now we're seeing the uh, Parabellum Ferrari pit in, believe just maybe for a tire change and some fuel. But I believe Kotab is still staying in the car.
Yeah, I would expect them in for one more stint here if they're going to keep up with this dual stint pattern that they've been been keeping to all day here. Just getting word. I do think we're going to be able to get a conversation in with one of the drivers from the Crimson car here in just a moment. Mitch Johnson going to be coming on to talk to us in a few minutes here as Michael gets back out on track behind one of the Lamborghinis here, still holding on to that P2 position after the stop. And this is really holding on to the P2, not even including Matt Malone's, ultimate DQ there. So again, unbelievable performance from this Parabellum Racing Black car, who just keeps moving up the field.
Yeah, they've been really just ticking all the boxes so far this race. Again, just really, really impressive, and just big props to them for just being able to uh, make all this effort work out for them. Um, and seriously, I hope they're in it for a good result here towards the end here.
Absolutely. Let's see. I think we've got Mitch Johnson ready to join us here. Let's see if we can get an update on the Crimson car. Mitch, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
How you doing, buddy? How's the race going?
For our car, it's been eventful to say the least.
So
Uh,
we've heard. So
yeah,
fill us in
yeah.
a little bit.
So we had Jonathan. He started the race for us, and got into some contact that was pretty unavoidable. I mean, you know how this track is.
We've
And
been
so we
talking about
got yeah. So we got collected in a crash early on. I think we started P22, and it took us back to like 32nd, I think.
it. Mhm.
And we were all kind of down in the dumps, but I mean, basically we just decided, it's like, we'll just go have fun at this point. Um, and slowly but surely, people have just been either crashing out or we've just outpaced them.
Mhm.
And we actually have the car up into P11 now with, about 2 hours and 20, it looks like 24 minutes to go. So we're really hoping and pulling for at least a 10th. A top 10 would be pretty
Yeah.
cool, after all the circumstances. But no, it's been a really fun race for us. We've just been having a lot of fun in the Crimson cars. So
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, and so it sounds perfect actually for what we've been talking about because our biggest thing that we've been harping on all day has just been, the planning and preparation that goes into an event like this, the consistency that that the team and the drivers have to show to be able to make it to the end and perform this strongly, and really just all of the mental side of it, the attitude and keeping the emotions and that pressure in check and everything and how much of an effect that can really play. So, especially for your car there, you say whenever when the team's kind of getting a little bit down about some bad luck early on in the race, how do you guys deal with that? How do you bounce back to start charging back up the field?
I mean, I think it really depends on the individual. I mean, for me, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I don't know about Paul and Jonathan, but I mean, I put in the practice. Put in the time. Kind of blocked out my day. To come and race, and that's what I'm gonna do. Whether or not the car's not tracking right or or whatever. We're still gonna come out and race. So
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it's about you just have to get to the end, and especially at a track like this, we've been saying all day long how anything can happen at any point, really, and you're never really out of contention until the race is actually over. And it seems like that's kind of exactly what you guys are finding here today in the Crimson car.
yeah, yeah. So the race is definitely, not over until that checkered flag waves, and it's been we've had a couple of close calls. I think I've probably had the closest call.
Mhm.
Um, I came up over Skyline into the S's full tilt, and there was a car stopped completely sideways, and I ended up getting pinched in the wall, and I had to sit there and I waited for I don't know probably like 30 seconds before that car moved because it was P2, and he didn't want to take the tow.
Right.
Um, so it's basically, especially on a track like this, just surviving, getting the laps turned, and then, maybe in the last 15, 20 minutes, you can, decide to make a cool play. But
Yeah.
up till then, it's basically just going out and just turning laps and having fun.
Yeah, and just making sure that you guys are there, for the end of the race. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
Speaking of which, as I understand it, you're going to be getting into do what the last 2 hours or so.
Yeah. So
for the
Paul
Crimson
is,
car?
yeah, yep. So Paul's running this stint. He's got oh, got about 24 laps to go. So I got about 45 minutes before I'll get in the car, and then I'll have. It looks like the last about hour and 40 to go in the session. I'll be finishing it up. So that should be pretty
Okay.
fun though. We're looking forward to the end result and kind of see how we see how we end up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely sounds like you've had a little bit of a challenging start there, but it sounds like you're really being able to kind of come back from it and claw those spots back. Again, I want to talk to you too about just the pit strategy as well, because I remember we spoke to you during Daytona, and that was very much the fuel saving was very much something that was on your guys' mind and something you were very much paying attention to and trying to do all race. And obviously we saw it pay off very well for you guys in the Crimson car come the end of that Daytona 24. So, can you? I mean, how's that been going for you guys today? And how do you guys go about as a team? How do you determine these kind of strategies before an event like this?
Well, it's kind of like the old cliche with racing. Everyone's got a really good plan until the green flag drops. We had just your more standard pit strategy today. Obviously in the back of everyone's mind, a little bit of fuel saving is big. Getting those extra laps in can be huge. Once we had our contact though, and we had to go in for I think about 4 or 5 minutes of repairs. Um, as far as the strategy really goes, it's out the window. At least as far as the three of us have been talking, I know that come toward the end of the race, usually on my last two stints, so it'll be the last two stints of the race. Usually Paul and Jonathan will kind of let me know how we're going to shake out, so we can either avoid a splash and dash or get it done pretty much before anyone else.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, obviously that paid off really well for you guys at Daytona. It seems to be paying off really well for the black car here today, who's been doing two or three extra lap stints and just overcutting everybody. It
Yeah,
seems like, but
yeah.
it
The
really. Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
go ahead.
we were watching it at the beginning, and we weren't sure if at first if it was just if you guys were running long, if other people were stopping early, what was going on, but just kind of assumed, and then we're able to confirm um, from James that again this is very much an intentional strategy from you guys, and very much seems like this kind of thing that you have done before. Um, but again, it really seems to be that just the organization and the team being able to pull together and and accomplish these kind of things that really just lets you guys really lets you guys get these kind of results. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really impressive the team that James has put together. So this is our anniversary event. This is the 1 year anniversary since the team was originally founded. I didn't get to
Mhm.
partake in it last year. So it has been one full year racing, and James has put together an excellent guys. I mean, obviously, you have Michael and Lucas right now, and I mean they're swinging for that six split, and that's huge. It's big to be sitting in P2 almost with 2 hours to go. So James has done an excellent job of putting together multiple cars, multiple different people. Like in the Crimson car, I'm the only person in North America. The other two drivers are over in Europe, and so he's put together just an awesome team and community to go drive with, and we really just kind of have fun. And the results, I feel like the results follow after you go out with the mindset of just having fun and racing, and then everything else kind of follows suit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that really does seem to be it. It's just, you kind of, we've kind of been saying it all day. So you just come out here, you run your race, and to a certain extent, you kind of just act like there's nobody else on track with you. You know what I mean? You come out here, you turn your laps, you hit your apexes, you hit your marks, and you just kind of keep trying to do it. You just stay consistent to the end.
Yep. Just consistency, and I mean, granted, here at this track, it's a little bit tougher. Some tracks like you and Logan were saying, earlier in the broadcast, a lot of tracks, you have runoff. If you make a mistake, you have at least a little bit of time, to make a correction. Where this track for your 2 hour stint, it demands 100% attention and perfection the whole time, and so but it's a fun event and a fun track.
Yeah, I mean it really has been just an absolute blast to watch you guys racing again, and hopefully it seems like a little bit of patches of bad luck here and there as is always to be expected, unfortunately, in long events like this. But it seems like as a whole, I mean, you're having a pretty strong day for Parabellum today.
Yeah. The Crimson Cars had a super strong day. We're still in really good spirits, all things considered. About to 2 hour mark, and so we're really looking forward to getting over the stripe and seeing how everyone else did. It seems like the whole team has had a pretty successful day, so we're looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, just really want to say, good luck to you and the rest of the Crimson car and obviously the pink car as well, which hopefully we're going to try and get some updates on them as well if we can. But yeah, really, I mean, just good luck to you guys. Great job so far, and hopefully you guys can pull a good anniversary result out of this.
Yeah, we're gonna give it. We're certainly gonna try, but we appreciate the broadcast, you guys. It's awesome to have this kind of coverage on the team, and we look forward to having you do it in the future.
Well, us as well, and yeah, thanks again for coming on, Mitch.
Yep, we'll see you, Zach. See you, Logan.
Alrighty. So again, that's Mitch Johnson out of the Parabellum Crimson car, just giving us a little bit of an update on how their race has been going, and again, just giving us a little bit of an idea what it's like to, to work or to drive for an organization and a team like this, and what it's like to just to participate in and plan for an event like this.
Yeah, really interesting hearing from Mitch. I actually hadn't heard from him in a good bit, so it was good to hear from him again. And yeah, best of luck to the Crimson team. It sounds like they're not doing too bad themselves.
Right, and like we said, it's just about that, never give up, and anything can go wrong at any time, and just because something might have gone wrong for you, as Mitch was saying, other people are having problems too, and you can start to claw those positions back, and I mean, we can say it as many times as you want, it'll never get old. These races are not over until that checkered flag drops.
Yeah, and well, looks like we're only about 15, 14 minutes away until we hit the 10-hour mark here.
Yeah, I know, which is
Again, Parabellum's still holding out so diligently.
it's absolutely incredible to see how strongly they've been able to hold on to this spot. And again, every time we've seen them, clawing their way a little bit further up the field, and we keep thinking, well, it's just because of their pit stops, it's because they're off cycle with everybody else. And again, they just keep managing to, of course, they give back a bunch of positions every time they pit, but they always manage to hold on to one or two of them. And just keep, leapfrogging their way up this order to the point where they've now got a 33, almost a 34-second gap um, to Matt Malone behind them in P3.
Yeah, again, just a very impressive drive, and um, honestly, I think it's just worked for them so well in the long run that well, they don't have a single scratch on that car, which again, I'm kind of almost in disbelief. That's like
I know. I'm the same way. It doesn't seem possible.
yeah, but again, I think that's just worked wonders for them, just keeping things clean, keeping things still relatively on pace, and yeah, I'm just happy to see where they are right now. And again, their car is just it's basically been in tip top shape this whole race.
Absolutely. Just got a message here from Jim Davidson from the Parabellum team manager. Sounds like we're going to get one of the drivers from the pink car on in just a moment to get an update from their race as well. So we look forward to that as we follow Michael down the mountain, down the hill here in that Parabellum black car that's been running so strongly all day long.
Yeah, and again, um, it's also just still mind-boggling from my perspective. I just race on and drive around on these simulators for fun. I don't really try and push it as hard and as consistent. I'm nowhere near as fast and consistent as these guys are, and it's still this track is still, as much as I love it, it's still a hard circuit to wrap around my head, and yet clearly these two drivers, um, they've just uh, they are masters of their craft, and it's really been showing, concerning where they are now and like where they came from. again, 49 positions up from where they were. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, and again, that is just an astonishing number to me that I still cannot quite believe is accurate. It is 49 positions gained in a race. Uh, I really I have almost no words for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It seems like something that would be impossible to replicate in a real world setting. Obviously, I mean, I know sim racing isn't really a 100% representative of the real world, as close to realistic as it can get. But even still, I mean, that is just absolutely impressive.
Absolutely. Bear with me just one moment here. We're going to bring in Shane Daggett, one of the drivers from the Parabellum pink car, to tell us about how their race has been going. Shane, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Shane, how's your race going in the pink car?
We are hanging in there. We are currently in 16th place. Had a little bit of a boo boo in the third hour, but we've recovered from that. Basically, we're working our way back up. Um,
Gotcha. Well, always good to get those out of the way earlier rather than later in a race like this, right?
oh yeah, yeah. Much rather have it happen in the first hour or two, three even. So, 12 hours to work with. So
Exactly.
Dylan's in the car right now. We're moving back up the leaderboard. So hopefully we
Yeah,
can
no,
get a good finish.
I was gonna say. I mean, it sounds like you guys have obviously had the time to be able to try and recover from that a little bit and make your way back up the order. So always good to hear
Yep.
a little recovery going on.
Yeah,
Um, so again, and we've just been if you've been listening, we've been talking about it all day long. But just again, trying to get some more drivers' perspectives on what's it actually like for you guys to be competing in a 12-hour event here at a circuit like this.
this is I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, I always wanted to do Bathurst as a driver because I was a driver for 28 years in real life. The closest I came is I was a strategist for a couple of years for teams that
Oh,
went
okay.
down to
I don't
Bathurst.
Oh, okay.
So,
So you definitely got some experience with the mountain then.
yep, yeah, yes, I do. But it is fun, and I like competing in endurance events. The long races, especially like this, um, because you have these ebbs and flows where we made a mistake. We had a boo boo early, and now we're recovering. And everybody's going to make a mistake eventually on the mountain, especially on the mountain. Something's going to go. I had an off. Fortunately, my off was a minor off, and I just kept on going. But
Mhm.
everybody's going to make them, so that's the fun part. It kind of this it as long as you don't lose your cool, you keep focus, that you work together as a group, it's going to be fine in the end. You're going to get a good finish. And 55 drivers or 55 teams, I should say, and we're 16th right now. I'm stoked for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it sounds like again, it's an anniversary race for you guys as a team. It's
Yep.
really going to be a lot to be proud of today across all three cars. But you mentioned something there that I think is very poignant too. It's that ebb and flow to an endurance race like this, and that's absolutely what it is. It's just it's that rhythm of just maintaining the rhythm of the car and the laps and keeping the speed up, but just watching groups of cars coming back towards you or pulling away, and knowing that it's like we've been talking about all day, just being able to step back and see that bigger picture for how the race is ultimately going to unfold.
That is so true. It is. And like right now, we were back hanging around in 20th place for like 3 hours almost, or about 2 hours, I would say. And all of a sudden, bang, 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 we're up in 16th place. You
Yeah,
know, and so it's out there for us. I mean, and I'm looking right now at the result, the sheet leaderboard. There are 5 cars that are only within 1 or 2 laps ahead of us right now. Small
yeah,
mistake for them, bang, we're right on top of them.
exactly. I mean, with 2 hours to go, really anything that puts you in the pits for longer than a standard stop, and you can give up a lap real easy like that.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, and watching because of how iRacing is configured in my setup. I'm watching the leaderboard when I'm driving, and like I told Jim a couple times, I looked over at the corner of my eye and I went, "There's a car in the pits for 5 minutes right now. What lap is he on?" And he'd tell me, and I'm like, "Cool, we got this guy." And we're getting another position back right now, so
Yeah.
it's their turn to have the mistake. And like you said, and we both agree on making the mistake early is if you're going to make the mistake, make it early
Right.
because guys who are making the mistake now with 2 hours basically left in the race, that's kind of hard to recover from.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to keep going, but it's everybody's bound to make them. Right now, there's only one car left on the lead lap.
Yeah, and it's the same in this split as well. As the leader is the only one on the lead lap here, but even then, he's only ahead by I think one lap, maybe two. And
Yep.
even at this 10-hour mark almost, any mistake from this leading Red Camel Esports team is going to put the black car right up onto the top spot of the podium. And
Exactly. Yeah.
that's the beauty of endurance racing. I think it's why we're all fans. It's just that that sense that anything can happen at any given time. You never know you never know how it's gonna end until it is actually over.
A good example was the Daytona 24, the car I drove. We won the race in
Mhm.
GTE. But when we went in for our pit stops, for the last pit stop, we thought we were going to get, we were stoked. We're going to get second. This is okay. We're going to get second because the car ahead of us should be able to go longer than us on fuel. But when we came in, they came in and we're like, why are they coming in? And then they didn't leave. We needed 10 seconds of fuel. They sat there, they did a full driver change and everything with like 30 minutes to go. And we're
Yeah.
like, all of a sudden, we're not just going to win. We're going to win by a lap now, kind of
Right.
thing. Yeah.
And
So,
exactly, and it's like, basically until you get to that, like, at least that last hour or so, it's almost impossible to even know who you're really gonna wind up fighting for position.
yep.
Because, like you said, somebody can have a problem, have an accident, have a crash, or just need to take an extra stop that you weren't accounting for, and you never know when people can all of a sudden just disappear off that timing screen ahead of you.
And unlike Daytona, maybe, or Sebring, which I'm very familiar with in real racing, and Bathurst, which I've been to, this mountain, you're not racing cars here. You're racing this track.
Oh,
This track
100%.
is actively trying to kill you at all times.
Yeah,
there-
absolutely. I mean, it is the winner here is the person who survives the best first and is second, or is fastest second.
yep.
You know what I mean? It very much is just about surviving the mountain.
And to clean it up a little, for me, it is with this race, it is two straightaways connecting heck together.
Very
Because
much. So,
because that's that top of the mountain right there. I mean, like I did, I went off four wheels off in Skyline.
Mm.
I
Which can be
barely lifted and came right back on and kept on going. Never lost the beat. 1X. And that's
sometimes
my
that's all you
X.
can do.
Yeah. And that was it. I knew from all my experience, I just kept the wheel straight,
Mhm.
kind of guided the car a little bit and got off the gas and just got myself back over to asphalt and just kept on going.
Well, there you go. And you use the word their experience that we've really been touching on all day long here. It's just that is the key determining factor, I think, more than anything else. At Bathurst especially, but really in any of these long form endurance events, is just the experience, both of
Yep.
team and driver. To be able to handle things like that, handle things going wrong, and not get flustered, not get spooked, not lose your cool, not lose that edge, not lose that flow, and just keep
And
going.
as
Just do.
you touched there to the team experience this year, just so you know, Jim, Dylan, who's driving the car right now, and myself, the three of us do the 6-hour races that they run every other weekend. Our average finish this year out of 4 races is a top 3. And
Damn impressive.
we've got a win, a second, and a fourth, and a third so far this
Yeah.
year.
And
You
and
know,
again, not to mention, class wins at Daytona, the outright
Yep.
win at On, and a lot of other strong results for you guys in between as well.
Yeah, because we work well together. We like right now we're working on the last 2 hours on how we're going to do this because theoretically I should drive for an hour. Dylan should drive for an hour. There's only going to be 19 minutes left. I think Dylan is faster than me right now.
Mhm.
I asked him, "Do you want to do 2 hours instead of an hour?" And he was like, "Oh, maybe okay."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Okay, so I think we might actually do that because Dylan is quicker than myself." And that may put the better foot forward for the team. And for me, the
Right.
team is much more important than me.
Which is
and-
exactly what we've been talking about all day too. It's just that again, you need to have that very much. You need to have everybody be a team player, and it doesn't matter if you're the one who starts or finishes or makes the pass or whatever.
Yep.
Everybody contributes equally, and you all win or lose as a team together.
As a team, exactly, yeah. And we've done a great job. Parabellum Racing is awesome. I mean, I joined the team for Spa last year. Was my first race with them,
Mhm.
and since then, We got a second at Petit Le Mans, the win at Daytona. And not just that, we have fun with doing it.
Absolutely, which really is important. I mean, it
Yep.
honest to God is if you're not enjoying it, especially as a team, it's almost impossible to do well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would never want to be on a team that's bickering and fighting. Instead, it's more like a family. You know,
That's bickering and
help.
fighting.
That, yeah, we do, but we bicker and fight as a family, and we
Right.
tease each other. Or
But no,
like,
but
you
it's
know,
a little bit different, and it absolutely, like I said, you can very much see that cohesion and the unity and community
or like what
that
we
you
did
guys
this
have
week,
built here.
where Lucas wasn't going to get the race. He
Yeah,
was.
and we've mentioned a few times too. It's amazing. Just a couple hours that you guys were able to
Oh
source
yeah.
him a new wheel.
Oh gosh, yes. I was immediately on, and I'm kind of one of the more generous folks out there, but I've got the abilities, okay, to do
Yeah,
that stuff. I was like, how much do you need? A couple hundred? What do we need to do? Because there's no way he's not doing this race.
right.
Period. That's how I looked at it. He's not missing this race.
Yeah, and
You know.
judging by the performance today, it's a good thing you guys did.
Yep. And because I was gonna go get him a Fanatec wheelbase and stuff. It's like, tell me where and who. You
Yeah,
know,
right.
Fortunately,
Well,
the whole team jumped in, and it was awesome. I mean, that was one of those you feel good about it type thing. So,
absolutely. Well, like I said, I mean, it really just highlights, I think, what an amazing team and an amazing organization has been put together.
yeah.
Excuse me, has been put together here, both in the Parabellum Racing Team and the Parabellum Esports
Oh yes,
organization as
Llama
well.
and those guys over there
Yeah.
on the esports side, awesome, done awesome work. Great communication, with us, and so we know what's going on. I mean, it's kind of scary when you all of a sudden you're my team's being bought, or kind
Yeah.
of thing, or we're changing. What's going to change? Because we got a good thing going here. Oh,
Hmm.
it's even better now. We got
Exactly.
resources, so it's been really great. So
Absolutely.
cool.
Well, again, I mean, just big thank you from all of us here at the Art of Racing Broadcasting for broadcasting this. We just want to thank you guys for
Uh,
partnering with us and letting us do this, but also just for putting on such an amazing show today and for coming on and speaking to us as well. So
and I appreciate you guys too. Thanks for broadcasting it, especially Lucas and Mike. You know, pulling for those guys right there because they've had some tough races this year. This is their time now.
well,
So,
hopefully this will be the crowning achievement for them and something positive to hang your hat
oh,
on here. But
exactly. So,
good
but
luck
again,
to uh, good luck to you and the rest of the pink car and the Mitch and the crimson car as well. And
yep.
hopefully these last 2 hours unfold really well for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Shane.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, and so again, that was Shane Daggett from the Parabellum Pink car, and before that, we spoke to Mitch Johnson from the Parabellum Crimson car, just to kind of get an update from around the field on how their races have been unfolding. We are just passing the 10-hour mark here at Bathurst. That's 2 hours left to go. We're going to be expecting Michael in at some point, probably in the next 20 minutes or so, to hand the car back over to Lucas, I believe, to finish. We at Art of Racing are going to take just a quick 5-minute break. It's going to be our last break of the day, and then we will be live until the end of the race with full uninterrupted coverage. Don't go away. welcome back. Welcome back to the Art of Racing TV for our coverage of the Bathurst 12 Hours of 2021, hosted by Parabellum Esports, where we are on board with Lucas Christic in the Parabellum Racing Black car, still holding on to P8 for right now after their pit stop. So I forgot they'd come in, but we are expecting, of course, some of those cars ahead of them to have to stop, and by my count, Logan, I'm looking. I saw them come in just past the 10-hour mark, and yet they're going about 65 minutes or so on a tank of fuel. So I think these guys have already managed to eke themselves out a short final stop.
Yeah, yeah, I'm really interested about the strategy here because the last couple pit stops Parabellum have had, they were pretty lucky. Um, well, not just lucky; it was well planned, and uh, they were pretty well off sitting in second. Um, but uh, I guess that luck sort of run out, and well, I still have high hopes for them, but now it's just a matter of getting back by and dealing with the traffic in front of them.
True, but at the same time, I'm looking at the rest of the field ahead of them, and a lot of these guys ahead of them. Well, actually, all of the cars ahead of them are yet to make their second to last stop. Some of them are going to be due in the next couple of laps time. So I'm expecting actually for Parabellum to reclaim most of those positions as the cars ahead of them are going to come into the pits here. So interesting. It'll be interesting to see exactly where they cycle out and what position they occupy in about two or I don't know, maybe 2 or 10 laps time.
Yeah, and as we've said for the past few hours, we are closing in on that second and final hour, which is where tensions, especially if this racing gets to be close, they're definitely going to rise between every single driver on this grid, and just that hasty uh, last hour sprint to the finish. Because everybody's got that fatigue and also some anxiety of like, oh god, it's the final hour. We've only got so much time left. We need to make things happen now. And yeah, I'm just really curious to see how the rest of this race is going to unfold until the very end.
Exactly. I mean, if the final hour of an endurance race is is you and a bunch of friends, whatever, is a bunch of people having a foot race to try and win something. The second to last hour is basically everybody milling around at the starting line and trying to eke themselves a little bit forward so they start a little higher up. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
That's what this is. This is everybody kind of just jockeying for position to try and they're still going to try and be a little patient. They're still trying to keep themselves in reserve for that last hour where they can really push flat out. But you're going to start to see that pace come up and that wick get turned up here as these teams, like I said, start to jockey for that position to, try to get themselves into a good position for that final hour to make sure that they can capitalize on it as much as possible. So even something like these lap cars ahead of Lucas that up until now haven't really seemed to be a concern for him. I'm gonna guess you're gonna start seeing him working on getting past these cars sooner rather than later to make sure that he has some clear track for the last hour or so.
Yeah, and to anyone who has just joined us, it may not look like an ideal situation with Chris Steck sitting about eighth right now when he was just in second. However, again, as we've mentioned time and time again, strategy is such an important factor, and it's all about the long term, the long game in these endurance races
Hmm.
when it comes to strategy. And I'm really curious to see how this team's strategy pans out because, well, I think it's worked for them quite well throughout the past 10 hours now. So, uh,
Yeah, and I see no reason it should stop working for them now. As we say, they've already reclaimed one of those spots as somebody had the unique sim racing blue Audi has come into the pits. But like you said, it's all about the mental side of it too, and knowing too that knowing that when you come out when you've been in P2 for so long and then you cycle back out of the pit stop in eighth position and just knowing that you this is all part of the plan. This is exactly we're right on target. We're right where we should be, and not letting yourself get worried or get flustered, and not letting it get into your head. You know what I mean? And just remind yourself basically stick to the plan. This is all part of the plan, and just keep doing what you've been doing and what you're supposed to be doing.
yeah, it's like really what both of the drivers we had interviewed, each respectively from Team Crimson and the pink car, I believe.
Hmm.
Big things that stuck out to me. Both of them said, it's all about, just if a scary situation does happen, it's all throughout is just keeping your head cool and
Hmm.
just really keeping your head down and um, trying. It really is a mental game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's like so we've talked about it so much today. There is just so much that goes into planning for and preparing for and getting ready for these kind of events and then actually running it and of course to do well here. And there's so much that goes into it, so many little details, and so little of it that you actually see on the track.
Yeah, and as great as Parabellum Racing is, those that are in the top spots are fighting just as hard to keep where they are right now. And
Yeah, absolutely.
honestly, I mean, it's awesome to see the team that we are broadcasting doing so well. But part of what makes racing is exciting is not just the one person; it's everyone on the track fighting as hard as they can um, to go for the win. And um, you know, just big respect to both Team Parabellum and all the rest of the competitors on the track that dedicated their time to getting prepared and
Yeah.
having fun on a virtual racetrack.
Oh, it's like we say all the time. The cars are virtual, but the racing is very real.
Hmm.
And like I said, it very much you need. It's not just the Parabellum team or whoever you're cheering on. You need everybody else there to have a race. It's you could run a time trial here that could be just as exciting for the driver and just as challenging and just as demanding and worthy of just as much accolade as winning a race here. But I don't want to watch that for 12 hours. You know, I don't want to watch just one car going around trying to set lap times here. You need a race. You need stakes. You need something exciting going on. You need a challenge, and you need that bit of unpredictability that endurance racing really can bring. Where more than I would say more than pretty much any other form of motorsport, and you feel free to correct me if you can think of something, but more than any other form of motorsport, I would say endurance racing is where really anybody can win on any given day.
Yeah, and I believe it was oh no, this name slipped my mind. um, the driver we interviewed from the paint car earlier.
Just now, Shane.
Yeah, Shane. Thank you.
Mhm.
Shane brought up uh, that that slipped my mind again. Oh my god.
Don't you hate it when it happens? And you sit there and you're going, I was going somewhere with this. I swear I had a point.
Yeah, yeah.
I usually every once in a
It's
while I find that happen to me, and I just keep talking until I find one again.
yeah, and the people commentating for this race, even we have our own little moments where we kind of need to pivot and regather our thoughts because obviously this race is so exciting, but then we get a little ahead of ourselves and they're like, wait, where are we?
Exactly. There's so much to keep track of, and at the same time, I mean, it's the same way even for just the fans watching at home. I mean, no matter what you're doing, no matter how you're participating or partaking in this race, it's 12 hours long.
Yeah, but
No
I do
matter whether you're watching, commentating, racing, whatever, there's no getting around that. It's 12 hours long, and that is tiring.
right, and I finally remembered what I was going to say. Shane
Hmm.
said earlier that especially when it comes to Bathurst, it's not just you versus uh,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
opponents that are racing on the track. Even though that is like pretty much the essential part of racing, it is also, also during what, like you said, a time trial. It's not just you versus the opponents; it's also you versus the track.
Mhm.
The track throws a lot of things at you. You know, having to go through the same tricky turns, except there might be some debris or a really slick surface somewhere, and
Or another
uh,
car,
yeah. um,
as we've
so
seen.
uh,
Yeah. No,
it's
absolutely. I think you brought up a really great point. That, yeah, exactly, this it's very much you versus the track, and it's kind of a refrain you'll hear a lot when people are talking about Bathurst, but there very much is coming here and doing well. There really is this very much the sense of conquering the mountain. And that really is that's the term and the phrase that a lot of people will use, and you'll hear get thrown around, and for really good reason.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it really is. Again, as we've been saying time and time again, it's all about getting to the end and remaining consistent, and that all comes down to, um, again, not just being faster than the other driver. It's knowing the circuit from the back of your hand, and reacting to sudden situations that might crop up within a certain amount of time. Because, I mean, when it comes to racing, uh, the reaction times that you have to have, especially at a track like Bathurst where things can sneak up on you from around the corner,
Hmm.
you just have to be. It's all about learning to be uh, prepared for even the most impromptu of situations.
Absolutely. I mean, you need to be constantly aware, constantly on your toes, and again, it especially for a challenging circuit like this, it really just means that these drivers need to have such an intimate knowledge of this track, because again, you've got so many other things to be thinking about during a race like this. Uh, not to mention all the things that can go wrong, like you're talking about. And is there going to be something waiting for me around the next corner? But even just the basics of racecraft, and how to defend and how to pass and where to overtake and all those kind of things that require so much mental energy that you really cannot afford to spare even an ounce of it for how to actually drive the car around the circuit. You really cannot be thinking about that at all. And so you basically need to get to that point where almost, I mean, almost literally where you could drive around the circuit blindfolded. Because if you're relying on thinking your way around or trying to remember the corner or where to brake, we've said it before at these kind of speeds, even something as simple as thinking brake now. By the time you've said brake now, you've passed your braking marker. It's too late. You cannot think your way around here. You need to just know. You need to just feel, and especially through the top section across the mountain, through those tight barriers. That's exactly what it is. Is you just have to feel and trust that you know what you're doing and you know how to drive this, and you really have to just not think about how to actually get through those corners at all.
Yeah, and quickly, just uh, not quite a change of topic, but the Parabellum Racing Black Ferrari here getting quite friendly with these two BMWs up front.
I
Um,
know. I've been seeing, and again, I'm thinking this is where he's really going to start trying to put the pressure on these two lapped cars, and try and get himself, Lucas is to try and get himself some clear air.
yeah, I don't think one of the top five BMWs is in front there. I'm not sure if they're both lapped cars or not, because I do see the Sim Racing Academy white
Is
car.
a BMW, yes, indeed. But I'm not certain who they are, which of these cars that is, though. That's a good point. Let's see. Let's see. Actually, let's see if I can just. Oh, indeed, that is the Sim Racing Academy white BMW ahead of them there. So that is one lapped car ahead of Lucas, and then P4 ahead of that. Although we see Karuma Motorsport pinning in from P3 here, and I believe we might be expecting a stop uh, from that Sim Racing Academy team as well. Indeed, because they no, we won't necessarily be expecting one right away, but in the next couple of laps, we are going to be expecting them to stop before the Parabellum Black car does. And again, this being or that will be the last stop of the race for these teams. I would think that you might see that position change hands just through the pits, as the Sim Racing Academy BMW is going to have to take probably a full stop, and I'm guessing that the Parabellum Ferrari has been able to work themselves down to a quite small splash.
Yeah, again, another beauty of endurance racing about the strategy. It's not just what the teams plan out, but you don't know what the other teams have in mind.
Hmm.
And, it's like, it's basically, a chess game uh, with it's
Absolutely.
the world's fastest game of chess, is what I'd call
Yeah, yeah. Speed chess really needs to change its name here.
it. But yeah,
That's absolutely it. I mean, there's like, and we talked about all day. It's that that level of mental acuity that is just required to do something like this and to maintain that level, for 12 hours straight is is absolutely incredible and an absolute feat of endurance in its own right.
yeah, I'd say it's a quite long game of chess too.
Absolutely, absolutely. A quite long game of chess, played across 12 hours at 200 miles an hour against 60 other people.
That's that's the most intense game of chess I've probably ever heard.
Yeah, I think I'm better watching that game of chess than
Oh
maybe
yeah,
playing in it. I mean,
absolutely.
don't get me wrong. I love my endurance racing, and I do miss it. And I do kind of want to get back to driving again at some point. But again, I don't know that I could ever really see myself committing to doing a 12-hour race here at Bathurst. I think I'm sure I could do it if I really put in the work and everything. But it's quite intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we've mentioned how much time these everyone here has put into preparing for Bathurst and all the other events
Mhm.
uh, that that have been run and will be run. Um, and obviously, not everyone has the commitment, but uh, obviously, the beauty of sim racing is that, well, uh, if you have well, honestly, you don't need a wheel, but obviously, if you want a better experience, you can do
Mm.
that. But the beauty of sim racing and well, just racing virtually in general is that you don't need to drop thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars on a car and a team and all that. You
Right.
can just boot up your PC, fire up the controller or wheel, and just go for it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to have a lot of resources or really any resources at all. To be perfectly honest, really all you need is just a desire and a drive to do it.
Yeah, and again, that's why I stick around is because I as much as I love sim racing, I have my own other commitments that I like to do,
Mm.
but at the same time, like it's a great hobby to get into, and
Exactly.
for everyone racing here, for them, it could very well be an extensive hobby, or it could be genuinely something they want to be good at and make their profession.
Right. And we touched on it a little bit earlier, just the massive growth that sim racing has been experiencing these past couple of years and this past year in particular. And I really see that becoming a much larger possibility and a much bigger opportunity for a lot more sim racers as the sport really starts growing and we're seeing more and more sim racing drivers being picked up and given opportunities to drive real world racing cars and and showing that their skills transfer and that they can do it well. And to me, combined with I think just the general growth and popularity means that more of those opportunities are going to start happening. But I also think that the more those opportunities start happening, the more they encourage other opportunities of the same kind. If you're a racing team owner and you start seeing that other teams are picking up kids from sim racing and they're doing well and they're able to compete, and it starts to almost take that stigma away to the point where other team owners start becoming more willing to consider it too. And I think we could very, very quickly in the next couple of years find ourselves to a point where these professional real world racing organizations are looking to things like iRacing, um, almost as their farm teams.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I think I don't know if you know about it. I'm sure you have because it's pretty well known in just the racing game and sim racing community. I think really just the seed that was planted for it was not just iRacing, but also um, I don't you I don't remember if I don't know if you remember Gran Turismo's GT Academy program where
And Jan
uh,
Mardenborough going for with Nissan GTR. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
uh,
and well, and he's not the only one too. There's a couple others from that GT Academy. So yeah, I mean, it's not. It's by no means is it just limited to iRacing. It is very much the sim racing, community and the sport in general. And again, we've seen the the Nissan GT Academy. We've seen the world's fastest gamer and the McLaren the Shadow Gamer competition or whatever it was. Where they picked up some McLaren F1 sim drivers, stuff like that. Again, we're seeing more and more of these opportunities, and I think every time we do, I think it just opens the door for even more of them. And I really, really wouldn't be surprised in the next 5 or 10 years to see a lot of these top names from sim racing starting to get picked up and starting to make their way into real life motorsport. And not only would I not be surprised to see it, I think it's actually I think it's quite apt. I think it's well deserved for a lot of these guys.
Oh, absolutely. And I think especially with we were talking about earlier, some of the real world drivers getting into sim racing after
Hmm.
uh, a pandemic or like during the pandemic, and as well, I'm sure many if you're in really into sim racing, it's really not hard uh, it, unless you've been living under a rock. I'm sure everyone's heard of Jimmy Broadbent, who has been in the sim racing scene for so long, and he's finally getting a drive in a Praga in Brick Car, which is absolutely astounding, and I would say maybe quite possibly an inspiration for many more to get into sim racing, so that they might have their chance at having a real life career path into real racing.
1.5 hours gone here. Absolutely unbelievable. And as well as the fact is me forgetting to unmute my mic, also kind of unbelievable. Not really, if you know me. But
it,
anyway,
it happens.
it's really just incredible to see this. Like I said, the sport, the community, everything that's involved in sim racing, and the doors that it's going to open for people and the opportunities that it's providing. Like I said, to people to engage in motorsport or engage with motorsport in a way that they might not have otherwise ever had a chance to do.
Yeah, indeed. And quickly getting back to the action on track again, Lucas uh, Christek, um, again, really being patient with the Sim Racing Academy white BMW in front of him, but so definitely looks like the pressure is getting on right now as we go on board, and seems like there's a bit of push and pull in terms of the gap, but they're staying in relatively close quarters with each other. So I'm curious to see how that unfolds. And I think you predicted that the BMW was going to pit in a few laps, but it still looks like they're holding out for a little bit more. So
Yeah, I don't know exactly when I'd expect to see them in. Probably maybe in the next couple of laps, but I do expect them at least probably another, I'd say 10 or 15 laps, maybe ahead of the Parabellum car. Let's see if I can take a look through my timing here and see their last pit lap here. So as the P2 Phoenix Racing Team enters the pits, let's see. So Sim Racing Academy was last in on 269. So if they're doing 30 laps, since I'd expect to see them in either this lap or next, depending on how far they're pushing that fuel tank. But again, that's 14 full laps, almost exactly half a stint as the Sim Racing Academy car stays out. So I'm guessing next lap we'll probably see them coming in. But they're going to be in probably next lap, and that's about a half a stint uh, before the Parabellum car is going to have to make their stop. So again, if at this point, honestly, if they're, I think I might have actually called it backwards. I don't know that it's going to be Parabellum with a splash and dash. I think it might be. I think the Sim Racing Academy team might need a splash after this stop, because if they're going to come in, more or less the 10.5 hour mark, and they're getting a little over an hour to a tank, they're going to need to stop again just before the end, 20 minutes, half hour to the end, where the Parabellum team have 14 laps at 2 minutes and a bit a lap is just about that extra half an hour to maybe make it to the end with just one more full stop.
Yeah, that's very interesting to think about. Because again, it's a lot of estimating and just thinking about what the team in front has in store for their strategy.
Hmm.
And yeah, it could be very possible that they might need that last quick splash and dash. Considering where they are right now, we're about uh, 25 minutes thereabouts to the final hour of the race. Um, and yeah,
Yeah, I
I'd
don't
say,
think they can do that on one tank of fuel. I don't think they can get almost an hour and a half out of it. And again, unless I really missed something, I think they're going to have to stop either this lap or next. I'm fairly certain it's going to be right now. In fact, I expect to see them coming in, but I don't see how they could make it to the end from here.
yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they do pit in now or if they're going to hold out a bit longer.
Well, it
And
looks like
well, it
one
seems like
more.
they're going to hold out another lap, so maybe they
Yeah,
have something up their sleeves we don't know about.
they might. And again, we talked earlier too about the balance of performance a little bit, in that one of the ways that iRacing does that BOP is by varying the fuel capacities for each of the cars to make sure that they, while not necessarily serving equal length stints, have more or less equal pace across the event as a whole. So it could very well be something like that, where the BMW maybe just has the ability to go a little bit longer. Um, but I don't think so. I really don't. I think they should be fairly close. And in fact, if we can let's see if we can take a look at what they've been doing here. Again, yeah, that they've been right on the money with their 30 lap stints, just like the Parabellum team has. So I think we're going to be expecting them in here any lap now, any minute now. And again, if they do, then they're going to have to stop again before the end.
Yeah, it's I'm really curious to see because it really could have an effect on Parabellum's race, whether or on which lap this BMW decides to pit. I agree with you that it shouldn't be too much longer. They've been pretty consistent with their uh, their stints so far, but uh, you never know.
That's really, I mean, that's the key takeaway from this event and from anything like it. Is just you never know. You never know what's going to happen. You never know when you're going to run into trouble or when somebody else is. You just never know what can happen here. I mean, again, I think I said this earlier, but it's very much it's my favorite Murrayism from the late great Murray Walker. But as he would put it, anything can happen in racing, and it usually does.
Yeah, so again, coming around almost to the final corner, um, again,
And
holding out for another
still,
lap.
amazingly, I mean, they must be saving some fuel very heavily here, and you see them dropping back a little bit, but their pace hasn't fallen off. So impressive work from the Sim Racing Academy driver, whatever it is that they're exactly up to. I mean, again, I still don't think that I still don't see them going to the end without an extra stop over the Parabellum team. But like you said, you never know what can happen, and I very well may have called that wrong. We'll just have to wait and see here.
Yeah, because we're getting pretty close to the 40-minute mark within this hour. Um, so still plenty of laps to go within this hour, and they still very well might have to pit within uh, these last 22 minutes or so. Um, so again, it's just really going to be a waiting game of seeing, what move they're going to make, because right now they're just sort of holding their place.
Absolutely. I mean, all we can really say for certain at this point is that the Sim Racing Academy BMW last pitted 14 laps before the Parabellum team had. So presumably, they will again their next pit stops will again be the Parabellum teams will presumably be 14 laps or so after whenever the Sim Racing team comes in. We can say that for, pretty much for certain. Whether or not that means that this BMW will need an extra dash, it really remains to be seen. Although again, I'm fairly convinced of it. But every time every time they come down this straight and don't make for the pits, I start to second guess myself a bit.
Yeah, because as as accurate as the data is, you know, again, we only
There's
know
no no.
what decisions the Parabellum team is making,
Right.
but not necessarily what their opponents are making. And well,
There we are. Finally, the
they're
BMW is in the pits.
so
Vindication.
yeah, and I think you might be right in that within, I'd say, the last 30 minutes of the race, they might have to schedule like a quick splash and go
Yeah, I mean,
in the
it's
pits.
if they do, it'll be a very small one. Again, I mean, they were able to go a little bit longer in that stint than I was really expecting. So, an hour and 20, maybe. I still don't think so. I still think it'll probably come up 10, 15 minutes short, but you never know. I mean, again, it really could go either way. The thing is, though, again, even if it is just if even if they only have to pit for a gallon or two of fuel, it's really at this point it's not the splash and dash. It's not that extra fuel that's going to cost them. It's that extra trip down pit lane.
Yeah, because obviously, sorry, mixing words here. Pit delta is a big factor as well. Not just getting into your pit stall; it's also getting into pit lane, getting into your pit, and then having to go back out at the pit speed limit, and that
Right.
really slows you down overall. That's pretty obvious, but also, once you get out of that pit box, you still got a bit ways of go a bit of pit lane to go, and you're only blipping around, 50 miles an hour before you can finally get going again.
Yeah, exactly. And again, if you're having to make that stop when a competitor doesn't, the every foot that you're moving down that pit lane at 50 miles an hour is, while they're moving at 200, there is no coming back from that kind of a time delta. Not with, with what we're expecting, like maybe 10 or 15, maybe 20 minutes left in the race. There's just no time to make it up.
Right, but for now, Parabellum is back where, well, they were, I'd say about 40 minutes ago now. They're back in
Absolutely.
second place with, well, Matt Malone right behind them in third.
Yeah, and again, we've seen this kind of this ebb and flow as Shane was talking about. We've seen them coming back and forward through the order as they trade off pit position or pit stops, being a little bit out of rotation with most of the field here. So, again, we saw them, like you said, they were in P2 when they last pitted. We saw them come out all the way down in P8, but by the time they're coming around to halfway or so through the stint, they're right back up to reclaim the spot that they had occupied previously. And so, you gotta anticipate that, unless something changes, there shouldn't be a reason for them not to be able to do that one more time when they come in for their last stop. And again, whether the BMW needs to make a splash or not, I do feel fairly confident in saying that the Parabellum Ferrari will not require anything extra, so long as they don't pit in the next 10 minutes or so, which I don't expect that they will.
Yeah, so far it looks like all is according to plan for Parabellum. Uh, so
Absolutely, which is an astonishing statement in and of itself. After almost 11 hours gone of a race here, just that anything is going exactly as you had thought it would at the beginning is frankly phenomenal.
yeah, and I I mentioned it earlier when we were having the talk about the different manufacturers in this race, but
Mm.
seeing a Ford GT GT3 in fourth place, that's
Yes, I know.
I did
And
not expect
look at
that.
their positions gained as well. 48
48.
spots gained, second only to the Parabellum Black Ferrari with 49 positions gained. I mean, not only is there a Ford GT running strong in this field, but they came from the absolute back. They have demolished this field almost as well as the Parabellum boys have.
Yeah, that's honestly, yeah. They have my admiration because
Absolutely.
again, that's not a car you would expect to see uh, up to par with some of the very modern GT3 machines that are running here. But yeah, I mean, really good on them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean they really have been running very strongly all throughout this race. In fact, I mean we haven't really been paying too much attention to them directly, but again I've been seeing that Texans Fitsley Motorsports listed up near the top of the timing towers, fairly regularly throughout the past 10 and almost 11 hours now. But again, you look around and some of these teams that were right up at the beginning or right up at the top from the very beginning and were running very strongly. You see now the GTL VRT team all the way down in P7, the Phoenix Racing team that was trading places back and forth with Michael earlier, all the way down in P5, and Lucas still holding on to his second place spot here for Parabellum. It's really just an astonishing drive from these two.
Yeah, and as you said, there just really no signs of stopping here right now. I mean, the driving from both Lucas and Michael has been. I mean, it's just been surgical in terms of
Absolutely.
precision.
Yeah, like you
Um,
said, we haven't really seen a wheel wrong from them, a wiggle out of place, nothing. Not a scratch, not a mark, not a scuff on that car. Unbelievable.
yeah, I mean, it's clear that uh, again they know this car and this track from the back of their hand, and uh, yeah, I mean, they've just done an exceptional job keeping that Ferrari's nose clean. Because again, as we were talking about at the beginning when I had just entered the commentary booth, Bathurst, it's associated with some of the most chaotic racing you could ever see.
Certainly.
Yet that yet that Ferrari has come out unscathed from you know this chaotic track.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it really just speaks to the level that these guys are operating at here. That, again, we've said it a few times. It's an incredibly strong field overall, but to look at these guys compared to even some of the other teams again that are showing equally strong pace. Um, but you look at even five off tracks, not even scratches, not even contacts, nothing like that. They've gone off track. They've gone exceeded the track limits 5 times in just under 11 hours. And I will say, in fact, quite a clean race from most of the split here. You'll see a lot of these guys with absolutely no issues whatsoever. But again, just to illustrate that these guys really have barely put a wheel wrong this entire race.
Yeah, and I mean that's hearing that five incident count. That's pretty wild. But at the same time, I could see how that's possible because I mean most of this track there's not really
I was gonna
much
say,
in terms of track limits. It's just
right,
track
off
and the
tracks
wall.
and wall contact are pretty much the same thing here. Yeah. So again, not terribly surprising to see those numbers being so low and being low for most of the field as well. But again, it just shows you that even during through the chase, through the chicane, towards the back end of the lap here, through Murray's corner into the start finish straight, and through Hell corner down to the Mountain Straight, nothing, nothing going wrong. They're just hitting their marks. They're right on the money every single time, and it really just again consistency is key here, and they have been putting on an absolute masterclass.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, we're almost. It'll be almost 10 minutes until we're upon the final hour, and
And we are
yeah.
just, I mean, it's been astonishing to think that we're getting to the close of this race. I can't quite believe it. It feels like we just started almost, but the other thing too I'm noticing is if we're looking at Red Camel Esports, who first things first, credit where credit is due, because we're talking about Parabellum here, and how they haven't gone wrong at all this race, and haven't put a foot wrong, and haven't put a mark on their car. Red Camel Esports very much in that camp as well, who has started this, who was our pole sitter for this race, has led every single lap and has not given up uh, a single position. Again, very much in the same camp as Parabellum here, where they just have not put a wheel wrong. But I will notice, or I will note and point out that the Red Camel Esports team is just a shade over a lap ahead of the Parabellum team. Now, the Red Camel Esports team again started on pole. The Parabellum Racing team started P51. Essentially, to look at it this way, the Parabellum team is 1.3 ish laps behind the race leader, whom they started the race 1.0 laps behind almost almost 11 hours ago.
Yeah, I
Well, call it a
mean,
little bit less than that, because obviously the field doesn't take up the full track. But let's be generous. They started about a half a lap or so behind the leader by the time the formation lap actually unfolds itself and the green flag drops.
yeah,
And
and
they've lost maybe three quarters, not quite a full lap, to the race leader, while clawing 49 positions back.
yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, obviously, as you said, props, credit where credit's due with Red Camel Esports, but it seems like the whole field behind them has just been completely shuffled, especially by Parabellum here with
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
49 position gain. It really makes you wonder uh, what happened to everyone else for. Uh, Obviously, I didn't see the start of the race, but I'm wondering how much the cars were being shuffled during those first few hours of the race. Because I mean, that's just
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of back and forth going on at that point, and again, I mean, the biggest part of the Parabellum game gains definitely did come through those first two or three stints, is where they made up the most ground in one go, of course, which makes sense as the cars are all still grouped rather closely together. Um, but again, it's astonishing to me to see how relatively close they are to the leader after all this time, and it frankly it just makes me wonder. I mean, if they hadn't started 51st, if they had started right behind Red Camel, where would they be right now?
that is very true. I mean, again, the grid has been shuffled so deeply. It really does make you wonder, not just Parabellum, but like some of the other teams, like we mentioned, the uh, the team that's racing the Ford and some of the other teams at the top. They're making double digit gains as well.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, there's been a lot of movement through this field today. There absolutely has, and like I said, we're not Parabellum and that Ford team are definitely the big movers of the day. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people up 10, 15, 20 places from where they've started. Um, there's been a lot of movement going on today, a lot of action.
yeah, and I would assume a lot of uh, the cars that were running in those positions before, I do have to wonder if they just had some really early on incidents that really put them down quite a bit in the grid. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's because like if you just look at the top five, every single car in the top five except for Red Camel has had a double at the very least a 13 position gain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of astonishing to see, and in some ways also just really speaks to the level that Red Camel is operating at too. That basically that they're the only ones from that top group that managed to hold on to their spot, and have not, it seems like, really run into trouble. Um, it's it really, I mean, the Red Camel team, the Parabellum Racing Black team, and honestly, I'm not even certain if I can point to anybody else besides them who really just has not had a single problem yet. I mean, even Matt Malone is running really very strongly and still holding on to that third place. But even he had that incident that we saw a couple hours ago, where he was thankfully able to avoid contact and didn't take any damage to his car, but still had to give up a bunch of time by coming to a dead halt in the middle of the racetrack. You know, it's been amazing that there's been almost nobody in this race who hasn't had some sort of an issue or something go wrong for them. And so far, that's Red Camel and Parabellum.
Yeah, it is quite interesting to see, again, as we've mentioned time and time again, how just chaotic some of the situations this track can create when it comes to incidents. That Red Camel and Parabellum, they've basically, you know, they really haven't seen any incident action themselves, which is
Yeah,
honestly just that's
unbelievable, frankly.
yeah.
I mean, we've seen one or two little moments of avoiding action from the Parabellum car. One very early on in the race where a damaged BMW swerved to the pit lane right in front of them, but again, they were well clear and able to avoid that. And again, a couple hours ago when there was a spin here at Hell Corner, but again, very easily able to avoid it. Didn't really cost them any time. It really wasn't an issue for them at all.
Yeah, and it really just also shows the again the great talents that are on track here now, because again it is the drivers versus the racetrack most of the time, and you know it's very clear that everyone here that's and especially considering that the incident count, just generally throughout this race has been a lot lower than we expected. Um, you could just see like there's an entirely different mentality from this grid than what you would see in the lower splits where everybody's just sort of like
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
like especially in the lower splits you're definitely going to see a lot more wrecks going on there because uh,
Yeah, I mean, there.
everyone's more there for fun and they don't it's
Right, and it's also just and for those who aren't aware too, the iRacing splits. There are of course multiple versions of this race happening simultaneously. Hence why we've been talking about the Parabellum Pink and Crimson cars that you haven't seen on track here. There are probably 10, 20, 30 or so of these races happening right now at the same time. Being split up, and they are grouped by the I rating of each team, so that ideally each of the splits are competitive amongst themselves. So yeah, like you said, those lower splits, very much, much more chaotic. Like you said, the people who are there more for fun, um, in a lot of cases, just because for one reason or other, it's people who are slightly lower ranked, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're slower drivers per se, but in a lot of cases, it can just mean that they haven't really had the time or put in the time. That some of these higher level drivers do, where they take it very very seriously and really put a lot of work into it. So, again, there's nothing necessarily wrong with them, but those lower splits can very much be, or can be very chaotic. And we've been talking here about the winning car tends to be the cleanest and the one that isn't damaged. Some of these lower splits, it tends to be the car that's just the least damaged.
yeah, and again, both Red Camel and Parabellum have done an excellent job with that. Unfortunately, the other Parabellum cars, since they are in other splits, they haven't been able to keep their noses as clean, because they're dealing with a different level of field there. So uh, it's unfortunate for them, but I think also the other part of endurance racing is also when you do get in an incident, is getting back up on your feet and keeping going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we've touched on the mental aspect of it, of this race, and just racing in general so much, from start to finish here. But that's absolutely it. And like you said, it's how do you adapt to changing circumstances, and especially when things aren't going to plan. Every team, of course, comes in here with a battle plan, and almost none of them are going to be able to execute it quite so flawlessly as Parabellum has been able to here today. But even then, it's just what do you do when things change? And again, and even Parabellum has had to deal with that themselves, not so much necessarily during the race itself, but again, as we've mentioned, this was originally meant to be a a 3 driver car, and that had to be adapted to a few days before the race started as they lost a driver to medical issues. Lucas Christic, who's driving the car right now and has been putting in such a monstrously strong performance, very nearly also didn't make this race as his steering wheel died a few days before the race started. So again, it's just how you adapt to those changing circumstances and how you keep going, or if you keep going when things start going wrong, and when luck starts turning against you.
Well, I think it's like Shane said before, it's much more preferable to have all those errors, not just early on in the race, but also before. And that's what it seems like has happened for the Parabellum Racing Black Ferrari, um, missing a driver, and also one of the other drivers having a wheel failure. Um, but being able to get back in time for the race and working well with just two drivers, um, I think honestly things have worked out for the better for them in terms of, well, a lot of their faults, or I mean, it's not really to their fault, really, but their incidents, I should
Mhm.
say, and some of the mishaps happened well before the race.
Yeah,
But ever
certainly.
since then, they've been they've been really doing well.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot easier to deal with losing a driver or losing a wheel before the race starts as opposed to during the race. Uh, so yeah,
Mhm.
they're certainly. I'm sure they're grateful for that. Um, but yeah, it's just they really have just kept going and kept going and kept going. And it's, again, there's certainly a measure of luck in this too. And not to take away from anybody's skill at all, but of course, as we've been saying, so many of the things that can affect or alter your race here, might not have anything to do with you at all. And sometimes that really is just down to luck of somebody spinning in front of you or not. And, again, these guys have absolutely gotten lucky today, but they've really been putting in the work and showcasing the skills necessary to take full advantage of it. Just the fact that they were lucky not to have anybody crash in front of them does not get you to P2 on its own.
Absolutely, and well, it's been a really fun race commentating with you. But we are upon the final hour of the race, and well,
Which
when
is
it
an
comes
astonishing statement.
to when it comes to really any iRacing endurance race or an IRL endurance race, this is the part where I call it, you know, this is the part where the gloves come off. This is where, everybody's trying to, you know, make up that, final hour, trying to get in the best pace, um, and the best race that they can. Um, and I don't think Parabellum necessarily needs to worry about that since they have so much breathing room, considering that the car behind them is Matt Malone, who is soloing this race and therefore will be disqualified
Hmm.
um, after the fact. But um, I'd say for the rest of the grid, this is definitely the final hour where all bets are off. This is where it all go. This is where it all comes down to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say just briefly on Matt Malone there. I mean, first of all, massive credit to him, just and anybody who manages to do one of these races by themselves. That's frankly inhuman. Um, but I will say at least I don't know how the team itself feels about this. I don't want to speak for them, but at least for myself, I mean, I'm happy to see Parabellum ahead of Matt Malone on track. Because again, yeah, they're always going to get, if he winds up ahead of them, they're going to get that place back when he gets disqualified. But not that it really it changes the result. The second place is still a second place. But if it's me, this way I feel like I've earned it just that little bit more. You know what I mean?
I agree, honestly. Um,
Certainly don't think that they would be upset if if they get awarded an extra place by something like that. But again, at the same time, if you have the option of earning it properly, I think that's what most racers would prefer to do.
Yeah, and I think it's also good for them because, as I said before, I'd say having Matt Malone behind them all again gives them breathing room between uh, the actual car that will most
Very
certainly
true.
or
Yeah.
almost certainly will contend for the third podium spot.
Right, which I actually hadn't considered, but that's absolutely a very good point. Is that they've effectively got themselves a rear gunner in the form of Matt Malone now, who certainly isn't going to be trying to do Parabellum any favors, but is kind of going to help him out just by the nature of not wanting to be passed himself.
Yeah, and I think again that will give Parabellum just so much breathing room that whereas everyone else might be having a scrap out on track, they can just comfortably sit by themselves and just uh, not necessarily cruise, but also just
Be
you know
that little bit more
not
secure.
not push the car hard like they're racing for position.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, not that I think that they would necessarily want to do this or feel great about it at the end, but at the end of the day, it also just gives them that security of even if they do manage to get caught by the car that's behind him, and even if he does manage to get past them, it really hasn't cost them anything. So again, it just not that I think that's likely to happen either with almost a 30-second gap between them, but it just like we've been talking about that mental aspect of it, and just being able to kind of stay positive and kind of just remind yourself that basically I don't have to worry about this. I'm not actually under pressure. Even if he manages to gain that 30 seconds back, I'm not under pressure. I don't have to worry. I'm safe, and I'm just going to focus my eyes ahead. And that can be a huge thing for a driver to whether if they're focused on that or if they're able to move past it.
Absolutely, and yeah, honestly, you said it pretty well yourself. I think as long as you know, I mean, I there's only that Ferrari ahead of them that's probably a good few laps down, but other than that, it's like pretty much the only mistake that could be made is on their own. And well, me saying earlier how just absolutely precise their driving has been, and consistent. Uh, I think there's a pretty good chance like they'll probably stay where they are.
Yeah, I mean, I would, of course, nothing's impossible, and it can always happen. But I would be very surprised to see these guys starting to make mistakes now. I mean, again, you got to keep in mind this is 11 and a bit hours down. Everybody's at their most tired they've been. They're getting impatient. They can see the checkered flag almost. You know, so the nature of the race is changing a little bit, and that always has to be taken into consideration. But to me, it seems like I mean Lucas and Michael both seem like they're high quality enough drivers, professional enough drivers that I think they're well used to dealing with that kind of pressure and they know how to handle it and not really let it affect them.
Yeah, and again, 12 hours here. It's like, um, you know, one of the upcoming events after this race is the 12 hours of Sebring on iRacing, and personally, that is one of my favorite tracks. Um,
Mine as
I
well,
think,
actually.
yeah, and I think I think a lot of people say that, the 12 hours of Sebring feels like a 24-hour race afterward because of just how bumpy and how
Yeah,
rough that circuit is on the car and the driver. And I think
and
the
then
same
here's
could be said
Bathurst going,
about
"Hold my beer."
Bathurst. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I don't think Bathurst necessarily has the absolute like mini ramps that the concrete bumps at Sebring have, but I think just the wall to wall racing and again, it's still a street circuit, so the roads uh, aren't quite to the best quality. So um, I think in that respect, Bathurst has its own challenge to where it definitely feels like a much longer race for these drivers than just 12 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I said that earlier. I mean, it's a 12-hour race here at Bathurst is honestly, I think one of the most challenging endurance events you can run. Is second only, I would say, to it was certainly to the 24 hours at Nurburgring, and perhaps Spa to a certain extent. But Again, Spa doesn't have these walls. It doesn't have quite the same level of imminent catastrophe that Bathurst can sometimes impart to you.
Yeah. But once again, this has been such an interesting race, and seeing where how far all the teams we see, in the top on the leaderboard right now, um, you know, and especially the massive gains that the teams have made, especially like in the top 5 and the top 10. You know,
Yeah,
I
and
I
oh, go, good.
uh, I was just gonna say that Christek is now in for what I presume to be Parabellum's final stop of the race.
Yeah, I mean, with 50 minutes to go, it would have to be. They've been doing like so just a touch over 60 minutes or so on a tank as it is. As we ride on board with Lucas to the stop here, and again, we expect to see this be actually something of a shorter stop than normal. And they are going to lose a position to Matt Malone as he comes past here. Unlikely for them to lose more than that. Maybe one more to Phoenix Racing, but I don't know. Depends exactly when they get going here. But again, we'll have to take a look see here through the timing. But Matt Malone also going to be due a pit sometime soon. He was last in on 287. And if Phoenix comes by, they were last in 296. They maybe do a stop as well. Although Parabellum getting back out on track here, and it looks like they will, in fact, rejoin ahead of Phoenix. So they are still effectively in a P2 state here behind Matt Malone on track as we see the lonely Ford GT that we have not seen all race long. We get one little glimpse of its nose, and it's gone. Uh, but no, Matt Malone just ahead of us on track here, ahead of the Parabellum boys. But he is going to be do a stop before the end. Yeah, he would have to be. He last pitted almost 20 laps ago. He's going to have a splash and dash to the end. But again, even if he does manage to stay ahead of the Parabellum boys, he will unfortunately be disqualified as he's a solo entrant for this race. Um,
Yeah, and
but
again, as I mentioned earlier, it's all more for the content than
Yeah,
anything.
certainly. Yeah, of course, and to a certain extent, just the bragging rights and the satisfaction of having done it. But
Yeah.
still, an absolutely insane decision to make, and I cannot fathom why anyone would want to do something like that. But as we come into the final 50 minutes of the race here, again, Parabellum looking incredibly strong here, effectively on a P2 finish, if everything stays the way it is now alongside some really great results, despite some runs of bad luck for the Parabellum Crimson and Pink cars in other splits. So, really a fantastic day if you're a Parabellum racing driver, and a fantastic way to celebrate your 1 year anniversary as a team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, uh, obviously, I think on any day it would be a great day for this team, but especially I think this is definitely what they wanted, how they wanted to send off their first anniversary, and well, I'm quite frankly happy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there's really nothing for them to be upset about today. And even with, I think, for the other cars that aren't quite so far up ahead in their field orders just due to running into some problems and some bad luck on their own. Again, I think they've absolutely got a lot to be proud of today, and we've certainly had an amazing race to watch here. Now,
Yeah,
just about coming to the 45 minutes to go mark. I want to say a big thank you to Logan Gray at Formidable LG on Twitter for coming on and joining us in the booth here for some commentary. We're gonna say goodbye to Logan now, and Nick at Nightfall One is going to come back and join us for this last 45 minutes sprint to the end.
man, it really has been a pleasure commentating with you these final few hours, and yeah, this has been really fun, and good luck to the Parabellum team. Well, all the teams really, and yeah, it's been a pleasure, everybody. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been great to have you. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah, man, no problem. But once again, thanks for having me on, and thanks for watching for everybody on Twitch. And I'll see you guys later.
Alrighty, and again, we are joined now by my good friend Nick at Nightfall1 on Twitter. What do
I
you think
have
of the end of
returned.
this race, Nick?
Oh, it's gonna be very, very exciting. I've been watching, like, I've had my eye on the race during my break, and I've seen them just climb to P2, and I had a smile on my face just thinking about Lucas and Michael just climbing up there, doing their thing. It's incredible how they were able to do that jump all these spots all the way to P2 now, with Matt Maloney and P2. That probably will change
Yeah, I
now
think
that he
he's
pit.
gonna
It's
still
actually
be in there.
changing right here.
Yep, as we speak,
um
he is sat in the pits, and Parabellum goes through into P2, where, God willing, they will stay if they don't move up any. At least, I'm okay with them
it's
moving up one more spot. But no,
it's just incredible, and I think actually seeing how well they strategized and how well they drove all throughout these 11 past hours, I think they deserve that P2.
absolutely, and not only how well they've strategized, but how well they've been able to execute that strategy and stick to it. And we noticed it from the very first stop, and we confirmed when we talked to James that this is very much an intentional strategy that they've had in mind from the very beginning here to try and go long on each of their stints, to try and save a little bit of extra fuel, to try and save that stop at the end. And again, once again, like we saw in Daytona, working out perfectly for them, just like they had planned, doing exactly what they told us they would do, and saving a stop, their splash and dash at the end that some of these other teams, like that Sim Racing Academy BMW, who's now relegated all the way down to P7, has had to take. And it's phenomenal to see not only the planning that has gone into it, but again, their ability to execute and their ability to adapt to the race as it's gone on, and to never let their goals leave their sight.
Yeah, we've talked about this about pretty much exactly 5 hours ago. How all these small decisions they make during the race won't make a big difference at the time. So, you know, 6 hours and something in, that was back then, and now is the time when that stuff makes the difference. Where the
Absolutely.
little increments start making up the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. This last, last hour or so of the race is basically, your performance in this last hour is just the aggregate of all those little decisions that you've been making for the past 11 hours, and everything, in the days and weeks before the event as well. It's the fuel you've been saving, it's the passes you've made, it's the passes you didn't try and make, it's the tire wear that you've had or didn't have. It's everything that you've done. Every single decision starts adding up, and this is where you see them pay dividends.
It definitely does. It's just I can't stop smiling. Just they're doing such an incredible job, and I don't know. I'd wish for them to get P1, although that doesn't seem likely.
Although, to
Um,
be fair, we said the same thing at Daytona, and it's right
that's
about this
true.
time.
I
But
wouldn't wish harm upon any team, but
no, of course, but you never know what could happen. That's what we said this whole time. It's 43 minutes to go now, and it is 43 minutes from being over.
right. It's still a lot of time left. I think it's kind of funny actually that now it's almost a sprint race.
It basically is now, is it pretty much, yeah, it's a 45-minute sprint race from this point forward. And like I said, if you want to think of it that way, it's pretty much been an 11-hour qualifying session just to get your spot for this last race.
I think he said the same thing during Daytona actually. Yeah, but you're right. You're absolutely right. It really is. And this is also something I mentioned during Daytona. It is that melancholic feeling coming in for that.
Absolutely.
Looking at the past 11 hours, looking at the drivers doing their thing, doing it very, very well, gaining 49 positions,
Right.
and now it comes down to this final about 43 minutes.
Right. There's that sense of, that almost sadness that this is almost over, coupled with that very distinct feeling of relief that this is almost over.
I bet your voice would say that.
Yeah, a little bit. I've been drinking some tea throughout the day, and I meant to get some honey yesterday, and I forgot.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah,
But
so
all
you've
in
been
service of a good cause.
right. You've been here for like the past 11 hours, so it's understandable.
It's been a long day, but it's been a fun one as well. And honest to God, just like I think you've been doing the exact same thing. If I wasn't here on the broadcast, I'd still be sitting here watching this race anyway because it has just been an absolute barnstormer. And I really am just absolutely blown away by the caliber of driving we've seen from everybody in this race, from all of the cars, from all of the teams. The respect and the give and take and the trust between these guys to see them, keeping these cars clean, to see the lack of major incidents we've had here. Even the people, even the retirements and stuff, have been a lot of single car accidents. Nothing too major. We've talked about all day how easy it is to block off the top of the mountain and to get into a log jam up here, and we haven't seen anything like it.
Well, yeah, that's very true. While I was gone, I was actually watching the stream a little bit with Logan doing an excellent job commentating here. And we actually saw the time Matt Malone had to full stop on the track.
Mhm.
That was.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary as well. Because, like I said, I mean, if he had been any closer, he wouldn't have gotten it stopped in time. And
Yeah,
that
I
could have
mean,
turned into a very big incident indeed going up to the cutting because you'd have had him into the car in front. Plus, there was somebody who very nearly rear-ended Matt. You That very easily could have turned into, like I said, a three-car pileup blocking up the entire cutting.
right. I mean, the crashed car couldn't really get out of the way either because,
Mhm.
again, these roads on the mountainside are very, very narrow. There's really no way to get out of the way when stuff like this happens. So we can only be thankful
Yeah,
that Matt was able to stop in time.
yeah, absolutely. And thankfully, like I said, yeah, he had he was able to see the car, and luckily he had the wherewithal to actually bring that car to a halt safely and not collect the guy behind him at the same time. But yeah, like you said, it's almost impossible to get that car turned around without doing like an Austin Powers turn at some points of the top of the mountain there, where the barriers are just so tight. If you wind up perpendicular across the track like that, which again is very easy to do with just a little bump into the wall, can throw you right back the other way. And yeah, you can really find yourself in a very, very tough situation where, especially there, where not only are you now perpendicular to the track and other people aren't going to necessarily be able to see you, but you now have to try to get your car extracted from the situation, and you probably can't see if anybody's coming either.
Right. I was about to say, no blame for the driver there. It can happen to
No, no,
anybody.
sir.
And you can't see anything. You can't see if somebody's coming. It's it really in the narrow roads up on the mountainside. There's really no chance to get out of the way.
Absolutely, and in fact, not even to go further than not blaming the other driver. I'll actually give that other driver quite a lot of credit for doing exactly what he should have done, which is basically, he hit the wall, or we didn't see exactly how the incident started, but he hit the wall or whatever happened, and he found himself perpendicular to track, and very wisely just locked the brakes and stood very, very still until he was certain that he had a clear opportunity, and no doubt his team and his spotters working to make sure he had that information to be able to extract that car safely. But again, I'll give him a lot of credit for especially in those kind of situations. It's so easy to just not think about everybody else for a moment and just focus on the fact that your race is falling to pieces and you need to get your car moving the right way again. It can be so easy to just lose sight of everything else and focus exclusively on yourself and getting back on the track, and causing a very dangerous situation for others.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Especially if you've been, I mean, just put yourself in the seat of this guy. You've been
Mhm.
driving for the past, I don't know, it was like 930 hours.
Right.
And then something like that happens that completely can ruin your race. Just to keep keep level headed and keep your head up, and don't shut it off completely, not being able to know what to do next. I think all credit to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's one of those things that absolutely can happen to anyone, and really, all it takes is just a little bump, or just a little scrape at the wall there, and you can very easily get yourself turned around. As we come up to almost the 11.5 hour mark, I
It's been
cannot
a long
believe it.
time.
I
How
can't
are you
believe it.
feeling?
I'm a little tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little wired. I've had a couple monsters, so those two are those two feelings are going really well and meshing well together.
Well, you're almost done. But
Almost there, buddy.
are they? What about the Red Camel Esports team? Do they have to pit another time? So is there maybe a
Good
chance
question.
that?
I do believe no. In fact, they were actually in on 3:19, so 6 laps after the Parabellum boys last visited the pits. So we don't expect to see them back in either. So they've got about a lap and a half. A lap and a half gap to Parabellum Racing. Does the Red Camel Esports Audi there? And again, unless something goes wrong for them, unless they run into trouble, I don't expect them to be giving that up. I think we can be fairly certain in a Red Camel victory here. But again, I mean, and I say this not just not because we're broadcasting and covering their car, but honest to God, uh, I think I think Parabellum Esports and potentially and the Texans Fitzdie Motorsports team as well. I think the two of them absolutely deserve the MVP award for this race because between both teams, over 40 positions gained each. Uh, one of them in that 4GT, which is actually right in front of the Parabellum car now, the only one in the field. Parabellum getting again coming from the back of the field and keeping such a clean car and not putting a foot wrong. I mean, no disrespect to Red Camo, they certainly have deserved this win. They've led every single lap here. But Parabellum Racing and Texans Fitzdie are my absolute MVPs of this race.
Absolutely, it can. I mean, make 40 spots. How often does that even happen? It's crazy.
Right,
It's just
and not one but two teams.
right. They've
Two
done
different teams done it.
such an amazing job, and you can really see it on the car too. There's, from what I can see, there's not a dent, not a scratch. They've done pretty much for all intents and purposes. This has been a perfect race.
I'm not even certain that they've hit a mosquito with that windscreen. I really don't think that they have done a single thing to this car.
They were just driving absolutely flawlessly through these last 11 hours and 25 minutes, and having that P2 is absolutely deserved.
Yeah, I mean, I really am absolutely blown away by the level of skill and the demonstration that we are seeing here today from Michael Kotab and Lucas Christic. The Parabellum Black team has just been an absolute tour de force today. It really cannot be stressed enough. And I really I think any of you watching at home, I think you have to agree. These guys have done a phenomenal job.
It's almost like inhuman the job they did. I think being so flawless, making up 49 positions. I've never seen that before, honestly.
You're absolutely right. This is almost inhuman, and for those of you in the iRacing and the sim racing community, of course, you know exactly what we mean. But for those who aren't, these are what we call aliens. Lucas and Michael are what we call aliens because they are quite simply not human. They are just a level above and beyond what any mortal man can hope to do in a
Oh,
situation like this.
I'll tell you quite honestly, right here and now, when I saw the turbulent beginning when they were down in the 40s, 30s, I was like, okay, this is probably going to be a calm race in the mid section,
Mhm.
and then and then Mike happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how'd that work out for you?
Yes,
How's that plan going?
and then Michael happened, and then
Uh-huh.
Lucas happened, and then suddenly we
And
were
then
looking
kept
at them.
happening, and yeah.
Right, and then we're looking at them right there at a very, very, very comfortable P2. There's really
Exactly.
nobody that can touch them right now.
And it doesn't seem like all that long ago, like you were saying that we were looking at them. Oh, okay, well they're P45, and oh look at that, they've up to P40, and now they're in the high 30s, and now they're in the low 30s, and aren't they moving up? And isn't this a great result? Here we are, 49 spots later,
Right.
and I'm almost at a loss for words.
Yeah, I remember when I was going on my first break, I was talking about. I think they were around P14 or something, and I was
Hmm.
talking about how they're slowly creeping their way towards single digits,
Mhm.
and now they're just
Not that slowly, as it turns out.
comfortably on the podium. Really, I don't think any. If they keep this up, there's really nothing that's gonna change here for them, and they really deserve this.
Absolutely, they absolutely do. And again, with everything that's kind of gone wrong for them thankfully not during the race, but before and in the lead up to this event, everything that they kind of had to overcome in order to even be here today and have this car running at all, which as we talked about for several reasons almost didn't happen. Again, losing one of their three drivers, bringing it down to a two driver team, and then almost losing him as his wheel broke, as we actually do get a last minute overtake by the Phoenix Racing Team here, which I was not expecting to see them
Oh,
clawing their
that
way
is
back.
really unexpected.
However, ooh, Phoenix Racing, though, last pitted lap 296. That brings them to 30 laps would bring them to 326. Nick, I think we're going to see Phoenix team back into the pits. I think the Parabellum game plan is going to save them once again.
It has to. It has to. I don't. I mean, they have to pit another time, right?
Exactly. They can't go another half an hour. There's just no way they're going to make it. And yeah, it's absolutely astonishing. Again, I've actually lost track of the number of times this has happened this race, but once again, the Parabellum's team's planning and their ability to fuel save it and foresee this event is gonna save their second place finish.
Yeah, you can see them. You can almost see it in Lucas' car. Like, I know
It's
a
just
car
not
doesn't
quite.
really.
No, but you're absolutely right. He's not quite pushing. He's just you can kind of get that
Right,
sense almost
right.
of the oh
You
it
can
just
absolutely see it.
a wink and a nod and oh sure you're ahead of me. Yep, okay, you passed me. You
Yes,
know.
absolutely that. Yeah, you almost see it in the car's body language. I
I
always
was
want to
gonna
say
say,
he's like,
is it me or does the nose of that Ferrari seem a little bit more smiling now?
right, right. It's almost like that. He's just sitting back saying, yeah, just keep calm, whatever. We're gonna be fine.
Exactly. And I was just thinking to and not to this might sound slightly mean, and I don't mean it in any sort of negative context, but you have to wonder, like I said, this is again that the Parabellum Racing Team is going to be able to reclaim that second spot due to their amazing strategy and planning work, and you have to wonder if Adrian LaFlash and in that Phoenix team racing Ferrari ahead of them, you have to wonder if he has any idea.
They must know. They must know that they won't be able to hold this P2. I don't think there's any other way because
Well,
they know when their
I
last
mean,
pit.
I was gonna
So
say they'll know, of course, that they have to come in for another stop, but do they know that Parabellum doesn't?
that's an interesting question if they've kept up with this unusual strategy of Parabellum racing throughout these entire 11 hours. And I was talking about this earlier, how now is the time it's coming down to these little decisions. This strategizing, this is what it comes down to, and this is what is going to save them P2, most likely.
Exactly, and when you think about it, I mean, if indeed it does turn out that way, as we very strongly believe it will, you can basically look back and say that their second place finish at the end of the day was saved by a decision that they must have made a week or two ago.
Yeah, it's really hard to believe, but
Exactly.
it's absolutely true. You make these decisions very early. You prepare for the race. A racing dad was saying this earlier. They have calculated this stuff to the second. They knew exactly what they were doing, and this is what it's going to come down to.
Exactly. I mean, I'm expecting some big smiles at the Parabellum team right now, as again, just they're biding their time and just knowing, looking at the same data we are, and knowing that they are, I think, very secure actually in their second place position here. Um, and again, in the spirit of friendly competition, of course, but perhaps having a little chuckle at the Phoenix Racing team here.
Right. You can see. You can also see Michael joking around in Twitch chat here. He knows. He knows.
Yes, the great Ferrari master plan, which um, Ferrari strategist, Nick. Strange to see them actually working.
That's mean. That is really mean.
I can't help myself. I mean, I love my Ferrari, my Scuderia, but dear God, they need some better engineers.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know. Let's see. Mike, are you looking for a job? Because I think Ferrari could use you.
definitely.
But let's see. Here we are coming down to 326. So this, by my count, should be lap 30 of the Phoenix team racing stint, or might be 29, depending on. No, actually, I'm sorry. This 326 is the race lap, but again, they are a lap down. So this being their 325th lap, I think they'll we'll see them that Phoenix team in next lap. We'll see them into the pits next time by. But again, that's going to put them firmly out of contention for this podium here. Actually, I'm gonna say that's going to put them off the podium. That'll probably put them behind the Hypre RSC car, which is just about 60 seconds behind the Parabellum team right now. But again, if they even for just a teeny tiny little splash and dash for that Phoenix team, it's going to be almost a 60-second trip just down pit lane alone.
Yeah, but I would imagine they're still looking at the times, trying to make a lot of time, make up a lot of time, seeing how if they come up behind Matt, then they can, for because of the disqualification, they might still be able to squeeze onto the podium
Yeah,
just by
but
a hair. It's gonna
I'm
come down
wondering
to
they're
high
going to come out.
pre's.
Yeah, they're going to come out right around that Hypre car, maybe just in front, maybe just behind, but I'm guessing somewhere right in the neighborhood of that fifth place Hypre Ferrari.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting for them, I would imagine. Why Parabellum is still, doing a great job, not making a single mistake, not letting anyone pass, doing an amazing job here.
Absolutely. And just, stunning, stunning display of skill from all of these drivers, everybody that we've seen in this race. But again, really just cannot stress enough the strength of this lineup that we have seen from the Parabellum Racing Black car here in Lucas Kristic and Michael Koltab, who just absolutely devouring their way through this field all day long.
Imagine what they can do if they come out of qualifying as in the top 10 on the grid. It's crazy.
Absolutely. And like I said, if they, you just have to see. There it is, as
And
we see
there's the
Phoenix
pit.
team into the pits with a nice little flash of the lights from
Yeah.
Lucas to say, "I knew this was coming."
I told you he knows. He knows.
Of course, he knew. He knew. He knew. And then we've got Matt Malone down about 20 seconds or so, I believe he was behind the Parabellum car. But again, not really a challenge to anybody's race position here, as unfortunately he will be disqualified. That's Parabellum Racing then in a very, very strong position here for P2 with, the best part of 23 seconds now separating them from Matt Malone, who again at this point is effectively just acting as a rear gunner for them and helping the Parabellum boys to secure the second place.
Right. I mean, Lucas really just has to, do the thing he's been doing for the
Mhm.
last 11 hours for another
That's
30 minutes and finish.
That's exactly it. And just a quick note here. So the Phoenix Team Racing re-enters 1 second. Oh no, excuse me. I'm sorry. That's 1 minute ahead of the High Pre RSC team, who they must have had a stop as well, or did they? They couldn't have been that far back.
I didn't pay attention to them.
They are due a stop as well. It seems like. Ah, okay, there we are. It's just the timing updating. So again, I didn't think they'd be a minute ahead of them. That didn't seem quite right. But so yeah, Parabellum Black here, very strong result for P2. It's looking like if they can just basically, like you said, if Lucas can just keep doing what he's been doing for the next 24 minutes that he's been doing for the last 11 and a half hours, and again, to my mind, there's absolutely no reason why he shouldn't be able to.
Right. Looking at his skill and looking how he's been calmly climbing, I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't take that P2 home.
Exactly, and especially we've spent so much of the day talking about the mental aspect of races like this, and at this point, for that pressure to be gone, for you to know that basically all you have to do is just keep turning a few more laps, and your position is secure, and you don't really have to worry about somebody coming up from behind you and taking it away from you. That really does give you a certain sense of freedom as a driver to just you know again just clear your mind and keep going and doing what you're doing, and bring the car home in one piece.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's another broken wing, by the way.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them today. We've seen quite a lot of bent wings and broken bits of carbon fiber as we move about through the race here. Coming up through the cutting again as we go on board with Lucas. with just a shade over 20 minutes to go in this
Yeah,
12 hours of Bathurst.
absolutely. Coming through the cutting for the 329th time today. It's crazy.
Ay,
Can you imagine doing the same thing for 329 times at at 200 something kilometers per hour?
it's like we said earlier, forget the speed of it. You try doing anything 300 times in a row and do it the exact same way every time and not get bored and not get distracted and you know, you won't make it. You just won't, I promise you.
It's absolute flawless execution every single time. I mean, they look like they could do this for another 12 hours, honestly.
Absolutely, and like we said, I mean, it's 329 laps so far that they've had to be millimetrically perfect, and all it takes is one corner to throw it all away. And every single time they've been able to avoid that. Every single time they are just, they're just keeping it out of his mind. As Lucas and Michael, they're not thinking about it. They're just concentrating on their job. I mean, that's really what it is. And like I said, maybe not in the strictest sense, but these in to my mind, these drivers and most of the drivers in this field are absolutely professionals because that is absolutely the way they are approaching this race.
Absolutely. That strategy and that execution, if that's not professional, then I don't know what is.
Absolutely, and like I said, I am I have no doubts that everybody here is having a great deal of fun today. But at the
Yeah, you can
same
see it.
time,
You can see
uh,
it.
of course, but at the same time, these drivers, especially when they're in the office there, when they're sat at the cockpit and they are driving this car, that's the attitude is I'm doing my job right now. This is my job. I'm here to do a job. I'm here to do work and I'm going to do it well. And of course, like I said, I'm sure they're enjoying themselves and they have a lot of fun and they wouldn't be here otherwise, if they weren't. But when the visor goes down and it's time to do your job, that's exactly what it is. These guys are here to do the job.
Yeah, and they're absolutely doing their job. Coming into the chase here once more, and other flat out chase taken. Oh no, well, actually, I don't think that was the chase, right? No, I was in another position. Never mind. Actually, it's the skyline now. Never mind.
Coming across the top of the mountain here, and down we go.
Nice downhill run right here.
Love these
It's
shots.
Yeah, it really is crazy. Looking at this, I like looking at these at the static cameras. Actually, I think that those static shots really look
Yeah, we
nice.
really just you see the sense of speed as these cars come hurtling down through those downhill descending S's there. I mean, it looks quick when you're on board. It looks quick from the TV, but it is amazing when you see these cars just blaze past the static camera.
It absolutely does. I love it.
Unbelievable here.
Now
Let's
we're on the
do.
chase.
Coming through the chicane here to come down towards Murray's for the 330th time today is Lucas
Can
Christic.
you believe it? It's crazy having taken this corner so many times. I mean, you'd imagine you could wake up these guys in the middle of the night and they could drive this track flawlessly every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the level of precision that has been on display here is just it's just astonishing, frankly. And again, we've said this multiple times throughout the day, but I can't harp on it enough because it really has just been boggling my mind to see the level of of talent and skill and respect that's been going on here today.
Yeah, you can really see the precision too. If you look at the other cars, the lap cars that just driving around, and you can see all the scratches and damage on them, and the Parabellum car, none, not a single scratch, not even a speck of dirt. These guys are just taking this car from flag to flag, absolutely clean.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's not a scratch, there's not a scuff, there's not a ding. I think I said earlier, but I don't even see a fly on the windshield. And at a place like this, at a place like Bathurst, I mean, anywhere to race for 12 hours and not have a single scuff or scratch anywhere is just insane. But particularly here, It's it's incredible.
Yeah, again, who would have even thought that we would make it to top 10? And now we're sitting here comfortably at P2, doing this again and again for another 15 minutes or so, and then it's over.
Exactly. I mean, these guys, this is basically the equivalent of shaking your fist around inside a cheese grater for 11 and a half hours and not coming out with a scratch.
It's, yeah, that's actually a very good analogy. I like it.
But no, I mean, we've got almost 15 minutes to go here now. Uh, and I don't even know what else we can say about this race that hasn't been said 17 times already, because this has just been an unbelievable event that I am absolutely ecstatic to have been a part of.
Yeah, same, same. And also thank you to all the people watching. It wouldn't have been the same without you guys. Just hanging out with us in Twitch chat over there, as we see
Absolutely.
them flying through these corners, still as buttery smooth as in the first minute. It's incredible.
But that's the thing, and you say the first minute too. If it wasn't for basically all the debris across the track and all the marbles and little bits of rubber that you see scattered off the racing line, if it wasn't for that, and if you showed me this and said this was the first lap of the race, I'd believe you. Because look at that car. It's perfect. It's beautiful. It's clean. There's no way that thing's been driving for 11 and a half hours.
Yeah, you really can't believe it, right?
Just
It's crazy.
does a Parabellum team have a car wash in their pits, or what's the story here? Because that thing is as sparkly as the day it came out of the paint shop.
It does, with that little Art of Racing logo on it. I love it.
Absolutely. And again, just while we're thinking about it here, then I guess we should take a quick opportunity while we've got a little bit of downtime before we really get into the last 10 minutes here and get towards the finish of this race. Just want to take a big opportunity, or an opportunity to say a big thank you to everybody at Parabellum Racing and Parabellum Esports. To James and to Chris, especially for working with us, and we're very excited to be partnered with them as their broadcast partner for iRacing. We've had a blast today, and we're just very grateful to be working with them, and especially to also to Chris and James individually, as well as Mitch Johnson and Shane Daggett, the two drivers who came on to speak with us today. And as you said, yeah, to everybody at home who's been watching, who's been tweeting us at Art of Racing TV, who's been participating in the Twitch chat on twitch.tv/PBLM Esports, and everybody really who's just been cheering on this Parabellum Racing Black car of Lucas and Michael as they come around to hopefully secure their second place position here.
Yeah, big thank you from me, of course, too. And also big thank you to Zach for giving me this opportunity. It has been a blast so far.
Well, and of course, I wouldn't be able to do this without my co-commentators, Nick and Logan. That's at Nightfall1 and YGHTFALL1, and at Formidable LG. Make sure you go and reach out to them and give them a follow on Twitter as well. They are going to be joining us again for some more Art of Racing events and covering some more Parabellum Racing events as the year progresses and as the year unfolds. We will be covering every iRacing endurance event, every special event from now through the end of the year, covering all of those for Parabellum Racing. Uh, and we were going to be doing a bunch of other events as well. So definitely make sure you give us a follow on Twitter and on Twitch if you want to be able to check all that stuff out and see the rest of the content that's going to be coming this year.
I can't wait. And we're coming down to almost the last 10 minutes
Oh,
here. Oh, wow, that could have. Oh,
and that is
what? Oh, no. Did you see
just
that wreck behind them?
somebody mounting the car behind them as we
Oh,
just saw
no.
the race almost evaporate in front of Lucas's eyes, and again, for the third time here, narrowly avoids danger. Massive, massive respect. Let's see if we can get a replay there and see exactly what happened.
Oh, my gosh. That could have been the end. Oh,
Absolutely. That was unbelievable.
doing that
Just
in the.
loops it himself,
Oh,
and
yeah.
oh my god, did you see how close that was? Let's see if
Oh, no.
and he does
Oh,
again
no.
catch a couple of cars, as we've been talking about is so very possible here today. Let's see if we can go back and catch that replay maybe one more time, so we can catch it from on board. And again, just it doesn't even it doesn't look like he hits anything. It just loses it a little bit on the braking, and again, that's all it takes. And you see just how close it was for Lucas to avoid hitting that stationary
Very,
car there.
very, very, very close. Crazy. And for Lucas to still have that concentration, to avoid that, to see that in time, it, I don't know. You can just that's so crazy. You can just give all the credit in the world to Lucas. That was amazing.
Absolutely. Although, I mean, we've been talking all day about how, how tiring this can be and how exhausted these drivers must be and the fatigue levels that they're experiencing. I doubt he's feeling very tired now.
Yeah, that must have shaken him away good.
Yep, I'm here. I'm paying attention. I'm good.
That can you believe if he crashed? Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
No,
That
yeah,
would have
no,
been
we're not gonna talk about that.
what a reaction though. That was crazy.
Unbelievable save of the race there from Lucas Kristic to hold on to P2 and narrowly avoid the fate that befell two cars behind him, going straight into a stricken Audi, I believe that was. That spun itself in forced elbow there. And again, we've been talking about the possibility and the likelihood of something like that happening all day long, and it's amazing that it's almost until 10 minutes to go before we really saw it happen.
Uh, I don't even want to think about it. Just take a breather there, Lucas. Whew.
Absolutely, it's
Wow.
just now you just breathe and try to stop shaking and just bring the car home. And I mean, can you imagine what his heart rate is right now?
Hey, I was actually thinking about that. Do you think he was like so concentrated that he was like not even thinking about it, like, oh, okay, just go around, or if he's shaking in his car?
I mean, again, from the angle that we were looking at there, I don't think he had any time to react to that. I would be amazed if he even, if it was one of those things. I'd be amazed where if he even really registered what was happening before he was actually past that car. I mean, it really does seem like just that instinctual reaction that these guys can develop after just again that much experience and that much practice. You don't think, you just do. It's the same way, when if the car starts sliding, or you don't think about how to catch a slide or how to counter steer. You just car starts to slide out, your hands snap over the other direction. It becomes an instinctive reaction, and I think that's really what we just saw from Lucas, because I don't think he could have had any warning whatsoever. I mean, forget this, his spotters, forget any of his teammates. Nobody could have given him any warning if that was coming.
Right. Lucas single-handedly saving this race for Parabellum Racing Black. Incredible that I wow. I still don't have any words for that situation.
That was just about the most incredible thing I've seen today, and this has been an incredible race.
I was just about to say, just relaxing a little bit, sit back and
10 minutes to go,
bring
exactly.
this home, yeah. But this is endurance racing. This is what endurance racing is all about. Stuff like this can happen. It can happen 10 minutes before the end. It can happen 10 seconds before
I
the
was
end.
just gonna say, I mean, it's what we've harped on all day long. It is not over until it's over, and anything can happen at any time before that checkered flag drops.
Let's hope nothing else comes between Lucas and the checkered flag anymore, so he can take that P2 home.
Right? I mean, he's got just about 8 minutes to go here, so we're gonna say about 4 laps. I'm gonna call it as he comes over to cross the line again here through Murray's corner. I'm gonna call about 4 laps that he's gonna do before this race is over, and they can claim their spot on the podium.
I really would have, I would have loved to see Lucas' reaction there.
Hmm. Absolutely. We're gonna see if we can maybe get a quick word with him after after the race is finished, and see if we can just get his point of view and exactly what that felt like to go through, and what he saw. But
Dude, I would love that.
we will see if that's something that we can make happen here. But in the meantime, he is just gonna see if he can make this P2 happen as he comes up through the cutting and to head across the top of the mountain one more time.
You can see Michael on Twitch is saying that Lucas didn't break a sweat, and I, on the other hand, nearly died. And we did too. I
I
mean,
was
we're
gonna
just
say,
sitting here comfortably and cozy in our little booth, and then that happens.
It's absolutely unbelievable. I am nervous still over that. I am still shaking about it. I can't believe that we just witnessed that.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But Lucas, just he's so chill. He just avoids that barely, but he just keeps going. This dude is on another level.
I know. I mean, this is like I said. These two really have been putting on an absolute masterclass today, and you know, everyone. This field has been a very, very strong, very high-paced field. But I have to give it to these Parabellum boys. I mean, regardless of whether we were following them or not, I really think I have to give it to these Parabellum guys because what we have seen from them today is almost defies explanation.
It really does. It really does. As we're coming down to the last 6 minutes of the race, this might be the second to last lap, actually,
Might be,
or
yeah. I
maybe
mean, we got
another
just
lap.
well, it's just a shade over 2 minutes, but again, it's all going to be to do with where the leader is, when the leader crosses the line. So I believe they are. Let me take a look through the timing here. So the leader is uh, just a shade under a lap and a half ahead of them, which means he should be behind the Parabellum team on track, which means they may get one extra lap uh, after we hit that 12-hour mark. Because again, for anyone who's not familiar, the white flag, the last lap, is going to be called when the leader crosses the line just before the 12-hour mark. Basically, what would be the leader's last lap in 12 hours. So I'm sorry, I take that back. Then actually, sorry, Parabellum may get one lap less, being that they're already ahead of the leader. They once the leader comes through behind them to take the white flag, the next time every car passes the checkered flag, that is the end of their or passes the start finish line. Excuse me, they take the checkered, and that is the end of their race. So, if the leader is indeed behind them on track when he gets the white flag, then the completion of that lap will signal the checkered for Lucas and the Parabellum Racing Team, and the cementing of their second place result here.
I was talking about in the beginning of this day, I was talking about how Bathurst is often referred to as the Golden Country, and even though these guys might only take home silver today, I think it was a golden race anyway. The things
Yeah,
that happen and the things they were able to pull off is absolutely crazy.
I could not agree more. Like I said, this has just been an unbelievable race to watch, an unbelievable race to commentate on, and for for Lucas and Michael, what a race it must have been to drive.
Absolutely. Lucas just avoiding that crash narrowly just before I think the 10-minute mark it was at the time.
Mm.
It was incredible to see that it could have been all over, but Lucas is just so skilled. He just swipes that off like it's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it doesn't even break a sweat really. Probably, and I'm not surprised here that I really do believe it. That I'm sure he's not even gonna really be thinking about it. He's really not even gonna be. Um, he's just gonna put it straight out of his mind and you just get on with the job. Because, like I said, that is the level of professionalism. And I've said it a few times, but I think that's really the way to put it. Is they may not technically be professionals, but these guys are operating with a level of professionalism that really is astonishing to see.
Right. You can see it that professionalism definitely in Michael and Lucas doing their job very well. No, after even after the incident, no shaking, nothing, just doing their job. Uh, Still buttery smooth. Absolutely nothing that can shake this guy.
I know, and it's really just goes back to like we've been saying that mental strength and the acuity that is required to not only just to maintain concentration, but to to overcome obstacles, to overcome adversity and challenges and things that are going wrong in the race. And even though nothing actually went wrong for them there, and they didn't suffer any damage or any contact, even just a spook like that can very easily throw you off your game and just pull you out of that flow state that at this point could be catastrophic, um, and can really throw you for a loop if you're not prepared to deal with it.
Right. I hope we can see a lot more of Lucas and Michael. That team is incredible, incredibly strong. I hope we can maybe cast them again and see a lot more from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think they are a relatively permanent part, I believe, of the Parabellum Racing Black lineup. I know that their driver lineups for Parabellum do tend to shift around a little bit here and there. I mean, obviously, we've seen it this weekend as drivers are being moved around to accommodate the loss of Felix and some other things. But I think they have a fairly regular spot in this Parabellum Black car, and so I would not be surprised to be seeing them quite a lot more as this year and as this season progresses. We are now 60 seconds from the 12-hour mark. The leader should be getting the white flag this time by. We'll try and see if I can pick up where he is on our track map here. I'm not entirely certain.
Just another 30 seconds here, so it is like celebrating New Year's Eve.
Yeah, right. It really is almost as we just count down the seconds to the end of this amazing Bathurst 12 hours that we have been watching all day long today. Haven't seen the white flag come out yet. Might get one more. Well, he certainly will get one more lap at this point, since he hasn't seen the white flag, I'm guessing. But we are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is 12 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next time the leader passes the start-finish line, we will see the white flag, and that will be the last lap of this 2021 iRacing Bathurst 12 hours.
Can you believe it? It has been 12 hours on the second, and now we're coming. It all comes down to this
Do you know, I
last lap.
actually do believe that it's been 12 hours.
I mean, your voice does.
I believe it. I feel it. I cannot
Yeah, yeah.
imagine what people like, what drivers like Lucas and Michael must be feeling right now, especially Lucas after after that little wake up call he got towards the end here. But let's see if we can go and pick up the Red Camel Esports team here real quick and just see where they are. Okay, coming out of Forest Elbow here and down the Conrad Straight towards the start finish line. So we should be expecting to see that white flag coming out for them about 30 seconds or so, I would say.
Yeah, it should
And
happen. It must happen
well,
right then.
it will come out for them as soon as they pass us the line. I'm just trying to guesstimate exactly when that's going to be, but
Right,
that
exactly.
that being the case, since they are going to pass the leader is going to take the white flag just about now, then this should be the final lap for the Parabellum Racing Black car. As in fact, here we go to the finish of the race. That is the checkered flag out, and we will see if we can follow Lucas around here as he comes
For the last time down the Conrad Straight.
exactly to take and secure a very well-deserved second place finish for the Parabellum Racing Black team of Lucas Christek and Michael Koltab, coming in P2 after starting 51st 12 hours ago at the beginning of this race. I cannot believe it.
Absolutely incredible job coming through the chase for the last time. Can you believe how often we've said the chase and Conrad Straight in the past 12 hours?
It's like I
We've
said,
probably
these words that stop having meaning when you say them too many times. But
Yeah, right. We've said
a
this for probably like a good 200 times as he
celebratory
comes
little
down
wiggle there
through
from
the
Lucas.
Murray's corner and
And straight
flashing his
to the
lights
pit wall in
and crossing
celebration.
the finish line. Absolutely
P2
amazing job.
for Parabellum Racing Black, driven by Lucas Christic here and Michael Koltab. Absolutely phenomenal job, spectacular result, and a big congratulations to the Parabellum Racing Black car and the rest of the Parabellum Racing organization and the rest of their cars. We are going to see real quickly if we can bring you the results for the Crimson and the Pink cars, as well as maybe get one or two of the drivers on to give us quick chat before we go off air here today. But again, want to take a great an opportunity here to give a big thank you to everybody at Parabellum Racing and Parabellum Esports, to everybody who's been watching, to Logan and to Nick, my co-commentators. This has just been an unbelievable day, an unbelievable event, and it has been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, same goes to me. For me, of course, it was an incredible time, an incredible race with a last second spook. I cannot put into words. I've had a blast. So thanks a lot for this opportunity to Parabellum Racing and of course to you, Zach.
Absolutely. I mean, again, just been a phenomenal day here. As we take a look at the official results of this 2021 Bathurst 12-hour race here, Red Camel Esports taking the victory, leading every lap, taking the pole position, an astonishing result from them. But nothing, I think, nothing compares to Parabellum Racing Black in P2 there, 49 spots up from where they began this race 12 hours ago. Phoenix Team Racing and Kuruma Motorsport and High Pre RSC rounding out your top five. Sim Racing Academy White BMW team in sixth. Team Down Under Quokka P7. GTL VRT Red, who we saw up at the pointy end of this field for quite some time, P8. And Zansho Sim Sport, followed by Slow Pony, rounding out your top 10 for today. I can't believe it's over.
Yeah, I can hardly believe it either. I mean, all respect to Red Camel Esports. They've had the lead for the entire race, not dropping a single time, consistently P1. But man, Parabellum Racing, 49 places. I think they're absolutely MVP, even though Red Camel did a great job.
Yeah,
It's just
absolutely.
incredible.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. We have had an absolutely fantastic day here, an incredible day of racing that I still cannot quite believe has actually happened and has come to a finish here. But again, we've had a blast here working with our partners, Parabellum Racing and Parabellum Esports, for this Bathurst 12 hours presented by Art of Racing TV. We have a lot of activity coming up in the near future. First with the 12 hours of Sebring next on March 27th, followed by the Parabellum Esports 6 hours on April 10th, and the 2021 24 hours of Nürburgring on April 24th. All of those we will be broadcasting live, flag to flag, full commentary coverage, and we hope that you can join us then. In the meantime, again, just a big thank you to everybody who watched, everybody who's involved in the broadcast today. My co-commentators, you can find them on Twitter at Nightfall1. That's NYGHT, and at Formidable LG. You can follow myself at AOR_Zach and follow the group or the broadcast team at Art of Racing TV. Make sure you go and give a lot of love to Parabellum Racing at Parabellum RT and Parabellum Esports at PBLM Esports, everywhere you find them on social media. And again, thank you to everybody who has been watching with us for these past 12 and a little bit hours. We hope to see you in the next broadcast for Sebring. And until then, take care, everyone.
it's gonna